Is this on? Yeah, okay. Let's set it up a little bit. I'll bend down like this. Can you guys hear me? Oh, yeah. Jeez. First of all, I just want to say good morning to everyone. When I came in, I was just overwhelmed about how many people were here, and it just makes me happy to see that, you know, we're all invested in our community and most importantly, our kids. And I just want to welcome you to the first annual Early Childhood Conference here. I know you guys have a busy schedule today and tomorrow, so I won't take too much of your time. I would just like to say I hope it's a start of something, you know, that's going to be ongoing every year, because I think it's very important that we put a good amount of investment in our kids and making sure they're successful from birth to adult. So with that, I just want to welcome you all, and I hope you guys have a good time here, as well as gathering a lot of information and really putting that to work and really working on our making sure our kids are successful. So with that, thank you, and I hope you have a good time. Thanks.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Mr. Tribal Secretary. I'd also like to invite up at this time for a short welcome, which we didn't get to do, with the Early Childhood Director, Charnel Gill. If you would like to come up, please.
Good morning. I just really want to thank everybody for coming today. We're really honored with your presence. We're really excited. We have a wonderful turnout today, and I know Crystal thanked her earlier, but Gianna Eastman has just done a phenomenal job pulling all this together and coordinating this event for us. So thank you, Gianna. We really appreciate your work. And I want to thank my hardworking staff. They just jump in and get everything done. No questions asked, and I just really appreciate the staff, and they care very much about the children that we serve. Early Childhood Intervention Program, we work with children from newborn up to age 5. So if you have any questions about our program, or you want to work with us on something coming up that you have going on, we love to collaborate with other programs. So, but thank you everybody for coming. Want to make sure everybody got a free book. There'll be other opportunities to have door prizes and things to pick out another book too. But if you missed the sign up at the table, make sure you go up and sign up with the girls. You get a nice gift bag. We're doing the gas cards for our families, so we'll get that set up during lunchtime, and you'll get your gas card for today too. But thank you so much for coming. We're just so excited to have this, and we want to make sure that it's an annual event, so we welcome your feedback. If there's something else that on the agenda that you would like to see for next year, please let us know. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, moving on to our next speaker. Susan Bulio is here. She is a citizen of the Red Lake Nation and a mother of 4. Susan is committed to walking a path of deep remembering, healing, and collective liberation. She draws upon her lived experiences, her reconnection with ancestral wisdom, and her expansive background in trauma, healing, education, health, and community development. For over a decade, Susan has explored the ripple effects of trauma across families and communities while navigating her own healing journey. Guided by curiosity, compassion, and care, Susan's work helps us reconnect body, heart, mind, and spirit. Please welcome Susan Bulio.
I can't stand to stand behind a podium. So I'm going to come up front and I'm going to walk around. Buju nagana benesi kwe nindijnakas megizi nindodem miskwagame wazaga igening nindonjaba. My name is Susan Bolio, and I'm just really grateful to be here with you all today. And I'm wondering if the slideshow can get up and ready. I'm going to try to navigate it using the mouse up here. We'll see. If not, I know Gianna said she'd be willing to navigate it back there. But anybody who's ever seen me present before knows we always weave in practices. You know, Dr. Perry has really informed a lot of the way that I understand that trauma, how trauma has rippled, the impacts, the impact on the brain. And he's kind of a hard act to follow. But But I feel like kind of what I'll be talking about and what we'll be weaving in here is he talked about the importance of attentive, attuned, and what was the third? Attentive, tuned, and responsive caregivers. And as was mentioned in the bio, I'm a mom. My oldest is 25. My youngest is 26. And so you can do this practice, eyes open or closed, whatever feels good for you. If you do keep your eyes open, just having a real soft gaze at the table or whatever's in front of you to minimize that visual distraction. We're going to start by just tuning into the breath and noticing, how is your body breathing itself right now? Becoming aware of the pace of your breath, how quickly or slowly is your body breathing. Noticing the depth of the breath. Is that breath coming into the upper chest, the lower chest, the upper abdomen, the lower abdomen? There's no right or wrong. We're just simply noticing. Where is that breath? Where is that life force energy going into the body? And once you have a good sense of how your body's breathing itself, We're going to bring our awareness down to the feet. Really allowing yourself to feel into that sense of connection with not just the floor, but the earth underneath, how she holds us, how she is holding your feet in this moment. Becoming aware of how it feels to rest the heels of your feet on the floor and the earth, the balls of your feet and each toe. Noticing that solid support underneath your feet. Bringing your awareness now up into your seat. And really allowing yourself to experience the sensation of sitting. If you are like many of us in this current society, we sit way too much. But we're really going to notice, what does it feel like to sit? What parts of your body are touching the chair, are holding, being held by the chair? What does that contact tell you about how firm or soft what you're sitting on is? And sensing into the fact that the chair also is being held by the earth. The four legs of the chair touching the floor. And just see if you can allow yourself to relax into your chair just 5% more. Let the chair hold your body just a little bit more. Allowing some of those muscles in the body to relax as the body's held by the chair. And then bringing your awareness back to the breath. Feeling that rise and fall in the body, the expansion on the inhale, the contraction on the exhale, really allowing yourself to tune into the wisdom of the body and the wisdom of the breath. As we breathe, life force energy comes in, filling our lungs, oxygenating our body. As we exhale, our body's releasing what it's ready to let go of. So allowing yourself to spend a few moments tuning into that wisdom and the support of each breath. Perhaps noticing any shifts in your breath from when you first checked in with it to now. Maybe you notice some slight differences. Maybe the body's breathing with a bit more ease, maybe a bit deeper. Maybe there are no shifts, and that's okay too. We're simply noticing. And now inviting you to expand your awareness outward, taking in all three of these supports at the same time. The floor and Mother Earth underneath your feet. The chair holding your body as you sit. And your breath. Feet, seat, breath. If it feels good for you, you can join me in closing this practice with a grounding breath, a nice big inhale in through the nose, and a long, slow exhale out through the mouth. If you had your eyes closed, You can go ahead and open your eyes, bringing yourself back into the space. If you feel a little sleepy, know that is normal. Most of us are very sleep deprived. And when our body gets into a state of relaxation, the body's like, oh, now's a good time to catch up on rest. Right? So if you notice that, it might be a good indication that your body's wanting a little more sleep, seeing how you might be able to honor that later. And then also, just really quickly, there's some quick ways to sort of like oxygenate the body to bring in a bit more energy, right? So some quick inhales in through the nose. Those can help to sort of oxygenate. So that's also why we yawn, right? To take in more oxygen, to try to wake up the body. All right. So let's get into this. I will see if I can make this go the right way. Oh, goodness. Okay. So these are my 4 kiddos. This was a couple years ago, but again, I don't consider myself an expert in anything, but I do love to learn. I'm a very curious person. I like to make sense of things, connect dots, try to figure out what's going on and what does it mean and what can we do. So I've really been doing that around specifically trauma for the last 10 to 12 years. Before that, I was working in youth development, community development, education, and so being able to sort of see across all of those areas where there are similarities and where some of the challenges are. And it's really hard for me now to see anything without seeing it through the lens of trauma. Because it's not just our indigenous communities that are carrying a whole bunch of trauma. The folks that came over here also did, and we'll talk more about that in a minute. But so trauma really, the understanding trauma shapes everything that I see, and it also helps me to have more compassion. Because when we can see the symptoms of trauma not as the problem or not as somebody who's bad or wrong, but rather we recognize it for what it is, pain, not having had needs met, not having the relationships that we need to thrive and be healthy and well as social species. You know, a lot of these things are just natural consequences of the ways that human societies have been created and perpetuated around the world. So these are just a few of the individuals or things that I've been looking at that have influenced how I understand trauma. And so folks like Dr. Robert Anda, Laura Porter, any of you who Dr. Perry talked about ACEs, Rob Anda was one of the co-principal investigators. That's really where I got my start in understanding trauma. I went to an ACEs presentation. I got trained as an ACEs presenter. I got trained as a master trainer. It was super helpful. And it was just this much of the story. As Dr. Perry said, Dr. Gabor Mate, he has a book called The Myth of Normal. There's a lot in there. He's a medical doctor that speaks to what happens in our physiology, like disease, disability, all of those things when we continue to carry around unprocessed trauma. Dr. Thomas Hubel, he talks a lot about attunement and healing ancestral trauma. Of course, Dr. Bruce Perry, Dr. Stephen Porges, Prentice Hemphill, Peter Levine, Vander Kolk, Body Keeps the Score. Many of you have probably heard of that book. And then, of course, our own indigenous wisdom. As Dr. Perry said, there is so much wisdom that we carry collectively in our collective conscious as indigenous people and also in our DNA that is really it is asking to be reawoken, to be embodied and lived again. And then, of course, working with my own stuff. It's really interesting because it was in a session with Dr. Perry. This was probably 7 or 8 years ago. I heard him speak down in the Twin Cities. And I got really pretty activated by some stuff that he was saying because it felt like he had pulled back the curtain and explained who I was as a little girl, so dissociated and checked out. And so when I think about listening to him speak way back then, and then all that I've learned, the healing that I've been able to do, not just on my own, in relationship, right? It is possible to change the trajectory. And when we think about if we want to change the trajectory for our kids, it can't start with them. It starts with us and our ability to be there for them, our ability to be able to be attuned, attentive, responsive, and present. And so just some sort of invitations, both as you're going through the session, but also throughout the rest of the conference, is to really notice and bring as much awareness as you can, self-awareness. What's coming up for you? What thoughts? What emotions? What sensations in the body? What's coming up for you? And if some of the things that's coming up, it's wonderful that they have a room that you can go and sort of like ground in, stepping outside, taking your shoes off, grounding your feet on the earth, talking with a friend. Like, there's lots of ways, but thinking about what are some of those things that are really helpful for you to be able to ground your energy so that you can come back into the space a little more quickly. I really think curiosity is a superpower. When we can try to stay open and curious, what I've come to understand is trauma tends to narrow our lens. We see things as this or that, right or wrong, good or bad, black or white, right? Because in those responses, when we're in that stress response, like Dr. Perry said, the prefrontal cortex, it's not online. The part that allows us to think expansively and come up with new solutions, that part's not online. But with curiosity, when we can shift into curiosity, it allows that part of our brain to be online. And it also, I believe, I've experienced, allows us to access a larger energetic field where all of the answers we need are there. So curiosity is really, really powerful. And courage, again, what's coming up for you. And then grounding in your why. You know, I'm sure there's lots of reasons, or lots of things you could be doing, but why did you come here? Why did you choose to take 2 days out of your schedule, maybe away from your families, and be here? What's important to you? And then really thinking about how can you take back, right? Because I've learned this too over the, you know, like I said, I'm a curious person, I love to learn, but there's a difference between learning something up here, conceptually, and knowing something in an embodied way where we can actually do something with it. So even if you only take 1 nugget or 2 nuggets from the 2 days, how do you then integrate that into your life so that it actually makes a change? Whether it's in your family, whether it's in your workspace, whether it's in your community. So I invite you to be thinking about that over the next couple days. Gosh, I don't usually do this on these. Okay. So one of the things I've learned about trauma is that I used to think trauma were the specific things that happened. Like I said, my entry into this was ACEs. So it was like, what are your ACEs, right? What's the thing that happened to you? But I've really come to understand that trauma isn't the thing that happens to us. It's what happens inside of us because of what happened. And what happens inside of us is a direct result of the resourcing that we have internally and externally to process that energy. When something traumatic happens, lots of energy starts to move. If we, you know, to fight, flight, whatever the response is for us to be able to survive. And if we don't have a way to process that energy gets stuck in our bodies, in our thought patterns, in our emotional states. And so it really is about what happens inside of us and how that energy gets stuck, and then how we, in order to continue, we can't stay in this overwhelmed state, so we have to numb from it. We have to repress it, we have to suppress it, we have to do something so we don't feel that energy. But that requires us then to no longer feel those parts of ourselves. So there begins to be this fragmentation, this separation, this disconnect, this felt sense of disconnection. I keep going the wrong way. Okay, I'm going to try to remember. Wow, this is... There we go. It moves really fast. So there are different kinds of trauma. When I first started working in communities, we were talking about historical trauma, what that was, the boarding schools and removal, relocation, like all of the things. We were talking about those things, but we weren't really talking about how those things rippled out. why we were seeing what we're seeing today in our families and communities. And so historical trauma, ancestral trauma, intergenerational, those are types of trauma that I do believe that the more that we understand those pieces and some of the things that our ancestors went through, it can help us to understand maybe the things that we need to heal and integrate in our lives today, individually, collectively. I know it's been really helpful for me in that. ACEs, or adverse childhood experiences, of course, many of you have heard of that. There's personal things that happen, right? Traumas that happen specifically to one person, and then also collective traumas. I would suggest that, we just went through a global pandemic. That was a collective trauma. We have not processed that yet. Like most of the things that have happened to us, our species, the trauma over thousands of years, we haven't processed that. So we'll add that to the bag of stuff to be processed. And then also types of trauma, we have acute trauma, so those things that happen like one time but are really intense. You have chronic trauma, so those things that like happen over and over and over repeatedly. And then you have complex trauma, so you have where there's different types of traumas happening at the same time. I really love this slide. This is from Dr. Stephen Porges. Some of you may have seen it. Some of you may have seen it. But what I love about this is it shows, so the green underneath is the ventrovagal. When we are in the ventrovagal part of our nervous system, this is when we feel connected, we feel calm, we feel curious. It's easy to access compassion, joy. It's easy to be in the moment. But in order to be in this state, it requires safety, orientation to our environment, and connection. Again, going back to what Dr. Perry said. We are social species meant to be in relationship with each other. So when we don't feel strong, safe connections with others, it's really hard to be in this green ventrovagal state. And even if we have connection, safety, orientation to our environment, life happens. Stressful things happen. Loved ones pass, transition, weather things happen, all of those. So you can see the little squiggle line is like when you begin to shift up into when stressful things happen. And like Dr. Perry said, I used to think stress was bad. It really is the type of stress that matters. So stress actually can build our resilience and our ability to navigate challenges if it is mitigated by connection, safety, and all of those things, right? So you see the squiggle line. We go up into the sympathetic state, but we're able to drop back down into the ventrovagal. Now, if we don't have safety, security, we don't have ways to process what's happening, to make sense of what's happening, we can continue, and depending on what the intensity of the thing, we can continue to go up into the sympathetic nervous system. And you can see there are also like emotions that go with that. So initially it's like, oh, maybe worry, concern, frustration, irritation. But as you go further up in that scale, you're going to see things like rage and panic and anger. Now, these are not states that we can stay in for long periods of time. So if we aren't able to have the internal, external resourcing to help us navigate that, then the next best option for survival is to jump into the dorsal vagal state. This is the shutdown state, because we can't be in that overwhelm and still function. So we start to shut down, and you see in here things like feelings of hopelessness, numbness, disassociation, shutdown, freeze, shame, feeling trapped, hopeless. And what I've noticed both in my own life and in the work that I've done with individuals and communities is a lot of times we get stuck in this trauma loop of fight, flight, freeze, fight, flight, freeze, fight, flight, freeze, because as we're coming out of the dorsal vagal state, the deactivation, we have to come back down through the sympathetic state. And maybe some of those same sensations or emotions or energy that popped us up into the dissociative state to start with. And so again, if we don't have the internal support or the internal resourcing practices that help us to ground our energy, or supports out here to help us, then we're going to sort of keep cycling in the sympathetic and the dorsal vagal state. I love analogies because they help me to learn. And so an analogy when I'm thinking about trauma, and a traumatic event that happens or something really stressful that happens, again, it brings like a lot of energy starts to like, a lot of physiological things happen in the body for us to be able then to try and survive whatever that thing is that's happening. And so if we don't have those supports, I don't know if any of you have, I have a couple outlets in my house where like if you plug in too many things or like a crock pot in something else, like it'll blow the fuse. Does anybody have those? Yeah, and then you got to like go to the fuse box, and if it's like me, it's like way off, you know, somewhere, and then you got to find which one it is, and you got to turn it back on. I think about trauma kind of like that, where like there's so much energy that comes through and poof, it blows the system, and it shuts us down from that part. So it's not that we're disconnected. We know as Indigenous people, everything is actually connected. It is never disconnected, but we can feel a lack of connection. And sometimes there can be blocks that keep that energy from flowing through. So that would be like when that breaker blows, the energy's not still going through. You got to go in and you got to turn it back on. So that's how I think about healing. How do we go back and find the blocks? How do we go back and find what breakers we need to turn back on? And I want to show this just because, like, this shows in the stress cycle, you have a stressor appears, the stress response system is activated. That's automatic. We don't have to think like, oh, I got to turn this on. It happens automatically. And then the stressor is handled or disappeared. And that's where most of us kind of like, okay, done, on to the next thing. But the stress cycle isn't complete yet. The next thing is to actually deactivate the stress response. So that's those practices like soft belly breathing, feet, seat, breath like we just did, drinking water mindfully, talking to a friend. There's so many ways to deactivate the stress response, but that is not an automatic thing. And so if we want to continue to be able to show up in ways where we do not feel stressed and overwhelmed and where we can be present, it requires us to actually complete these stress cycles. And so then that brings us back to the four parts of ourselves. And this is something I'm thinking a lot about over the last couple of years especially, is how are we tuning back into body, heart, mind, and spirit? How are we remembering and reconnecting the felt sense of those parts of us? How are we tuning into the wisdom that each of those parts has for us so that we can show up in relationships in the ways that are most supportive for others and for ourselves? So we're going to sort of go through kind of quickly and talk about sort of these different things. So what happens to the body with trauma? What happens in the mind, the spirit, right? So we'll go through each of them. I mentioned about the sympathetic nervous system. I think Dr. Perry did as well, but there's, this is part of the larger, what's called autonomic nervous system. And, they called it automatic because we don't have to think to make these things happen. A lot of them happen automatically, and there are things that we can do to intentionally activate or deactivate, whether it's the sympathetic nervous system, which is that fight-flight response, or the parasympathetic nervous system, which is essential for us to be able to get the sleep that we need and to digest our food and pull the nutrients from it and all of those things. So both are essential. One is essential for short-term survival. One is essential for long-term survival. If we don't remember and relearn how to activate the parasympathetic nervous system, our bodies are going to burn out real fast, because it takes a lot of energy and it's really hard on the body to be running in the sympathetic nervous system continuously. And so when the sympathetic nervous system is stuck in that when it's like crisis after crisis after crisis, or stress after stress after stress, and we don't have, again, the internal resourcing, the external supports, it can lead to things like high blood pressure, stroke, heart attack, type 2 diabetes, inflammation, digestive issues, autoimmune disorders and diseases. So again, Dr. Mattei goes into great detail about this in his book, Myth of Normal. Some of from cancer to, there's all sorts of things that are connected to unprocessed trauma. And he also tells stories about how when people are able to process that trauma, the disease goes away. The body has an incredible ability to heal, but when we are taxing it in these ways of holding this energy inside and keeping our body stuck in these cycles, our body doesn't have what it needs to be healthy and well then. So healing is part of how we can support our body's innate ability to be healthy and well. Another thing, these kind of chronic states of being in the sympathetic nervous system, this would be more of that sort of like dorsal vagal, that blue state, right? But you might fall into like dissociative disorders, chronic overwhelm, of course that could be in the stress response as well, and people pleasing, they call it please appease. And I didn't know until recently that was a trauma response. So like being afraid to have your own opinion, to say something you think might upset somebody, to, like you just go along to get along, like you don't want to rock the boat, you're trying to make sure everyone's happy, because if everyone's happy, then you're safe. I didn't realize for a long time, I just thought that was like, I just want people to be happy. Well, that's true, and it was, at that point, it was coming from a place of my own fear, of lack of safety, or feeling like the only way to get connection is to agree with somebody, because that's basically what I was taught growing up. We weren't allowed to disagree. And this is something recently that I learned about. I was at a training in North Carolina with Prentice Hemphill and their partner Kasha. It was amazing. They have a beautiful retreat center there called Owl Song. And we did a practice one night around the fascia. How many of you have heard of the fascia? A couple folks. So the fascia holds memory. It's basically like these webs and fibers that like surround our muscles. Okay, so when something traumatic happens, one of the things our bodies do is they clench. Our muscles get tight, getting ready to run or to fight, right? So over time, if we keep doing that, the fascia starts to contract in that way, and it holds that shape. So trauma imprints in fascia. It creates tension patterns that shape posture, movement, and even emotional expression. So like the muscles of your face, whether they're held in a perpetual frown, or your shoulders, if they're held like kind of like this all the time, a lot of those things can be a reflection of the trauma that the body is holding. When this happens, it restricts flow. So it restricts flow of blood, it restricts flow of energy. When the fascia tightens, blood, lymph, the lymph system, that also helps to clear the system out, so it restricts that. It keeps the nervous system stuck in these stress loops. So when the fascia is tight and constricted, even if we're not necessarily stressed out here, because the body is still holding that, then it sends the message to the brain that we're stressed out. I remember hearing a study one time where they had these people frown, and then they like took their, what are the chemicals going through their blood, and then people that are smiling, like authentically smiling, and like the chemicals going through, and like and also when you're fake smiling, right? But if you just sort of like turn the corners of your lips up a little bit, it starts to shift your biochemistry. The chemistry in your body literally changes based on how your muscles are being held on your face in a frown or a smile. So it's the same with the fascia in the body. It impacts the biochemistry of the body. And so myofascial release can be pretty intense. I've not done it with a practitioner yet, but we use lacrosse balls, and you're like, doing it on your bottoms of your feet or on your legs or your back, and it's incredible what is able, and it's pretty intense and you have to breathe, but it's incredible when you can do that, the fascia begins to release and energy can move again. and blood can flow again, and the lymph system can clear it out. And it literally can like change your physical well-being, your emotional well-being, the way that you deal with stress by working with the fascia. So we're going to talk about trauma in the mind, which Dr. Perry talked an awful lot about. And I love learning about the brain. I think all of us should know and understand how our brains work. But as he mentioned, the brain is wired by experiences. It's experience dependent. Stress hormones influence brain architecture and development, and our experiences create the programs that we unconsciously run. So there's a neuroscientist by the name of Dr. Susan Feldman, and she talks about how our brains are prediction machines. Our brains are constantly predicting what it thinks is going to happen, but it predicts it based on our past experiences. So depending on what our past experiences are, if there's a lot of like stress and trauma and inability to trust and all of those things, that is going to be the lens through which we perceive what's happening now or what will happen into the future. One of the examples she gave was like a lot of times, like if you eat something like an apple, you think like, oh, you're eating this apple, but really what the brain is doing is like, oh, an apple tastes like this and the texture's like this. The only way the brain really comes online and we're experiencing something typically is if it is different than what the brain expects. If you expect a crunchy apple and you bite into a mushy one, right? Or you expect a sweet one and it's sour, right? So that's kind of when the brain's like, oh, wait, this isn't like what I expected. Recognizing that was really helpful for me. And it also reminds me of the importance of practices like mindfulness, which we'll talk about later, but you literally can practice mindfulness in any moment. When you're listening, when you're talking, when you're doing dishes, when you're walking, when you're hopefully driving, right? When you're cooking, all of these things. And mindfulness just means we're bringing as much of our presence to what we're doing in that moment. We're not letting the mind tick off all the to-do lists of things, which I'm guilty of that, like anyone else, right? But I really try to practice to be present, especially when I'm with my kids. There was one night in particular, my daughter, Sophia, who's 15 now, she was probably like 2.5. So I didn't know any of this stuff then. And I was, being a good parent, I was reading to her before bed, but I became really aware in that moment that I was reading to her, that I was reading the words, because reading was automatic. I didn't really have to think about the words. I could just read them. And I was thinking about all the things I needed to do after she went to bed, before I could go to bed that night. And I realized in that moment, I am not present for her. And so it's been this continual like awareness when I notice that, to stop, to set it aside, and to come back and be present with my kids. But it's a practice. I'd like to share something also. When we look at like at birth, at 6 years old, at 14 years old, what do you notice in that? So this represents neural connections, or those synaptic connections that Dr. Perry talked about. At birth, not so many. What do you notice at 6 years of age? A lot's happening, right? And any of us who have been around little ones know, because they're like, why, what's that, right? And they're like so curious, and they're trying to make sense of the world. Their brains are literally wired to do that at that stage. That's why it's so critical. The inputs that they get, the connections that they're able to have at that time. And the things that get repeated over and over and over, those synaptic connections get stronger, which means then they become automatic. So we teach kids things like tying their shoes, reading, all of those things. Those become automatic, but they're definitely not automatic to start, right? There's a lot of tears, a lot of frustration. For any of us that are learning something brand new, it's stressful for the brain. The brain likes to predict. It likes to know what's happening. When we're doing something new, the brain is not in its element. Well, it is, because it's meant to learn, but it likes to know, and it doesn't know. And then at 14 years of age, you can see there are actually fewer synaptic connections, right? There are less of them, but the ones that are there are more robust. And the reason why there's this pruning at that age is because the brain is like, it's got so many connections, and if it has so many, like it does at 6 years of age, if it maintains all of that, then the system runs a little slower, right? So it wants to maintain the things that you actually use. You've heard the term use it or lose it, right? And then it strengthens those connections. So I invite you to, if you have your arms crossed, to go ahead and uncross your arms. And we're going to do a little experiment here. So I invite you to cross your arms and notice what arm is on top, right or left. Okay. All right, now go ahead and shake them out. And cross them so the other arm is on top. What do you notice? What's that? You have to think. How many had to think about it? How many does it feel really uncomfortable? How many want to go back to the right way? But that's the question, right? Is there a right way to cross your arm? Now, I know there feels like there's a right way, but there's actually not a right way. There's just a way we're used to, the way that's typical, that's automatic for us. And so I think this is really important because anytime we're trying to learn something new or do something different, wire in new pathways, it's gonna feel uncomfortable. It's gonna feel not right. But the only way to actually change those connections are to repeat it over and over and over. And like Dr. Perry said, when they're kids, they can learn way quicker. Their brains are designed to like pick it up right away. And also when you incorporate things like play and song, they learn it even quicker. You know that, right? For us, it takes a little longer in that repetition, but play and song still applies. We can learn things quicker when we add those things in. And so, you know, Dr. Perry talked about this, but the development of the brain, wiring of the nervous system, it happens over time. It happens really explosively in the first, 5 years. And this piece around self-regulation, the ability to like regulate our nervous systems, it is not something we are born with. It's not innate. It's a skill that we learn, and it's also, as kids, it is something we rely on regulated adults for. Which is why it's so essential that we are bringing curiosity and compassion to ourselves in our ability to regulate, our ability to be present, our ability to notice what's going on, to name it. Because the kids pick that up from us. And so he talks some about this too, but so you can have this chronic dysregulation. And this chronic dysregulation can lead to either hyperarousal or hypoarousal. So where they're either like stressed out and they're always looking for danger and they're, it's hard to sit still and all of those things. Some practices that can be helpful are mindfulness, grounding breaths, getting outside, moving the body, having a way to be able to move that energy. Or disassociation and shutdown. That's that hypoarousal, right? And so in that, you might want to use things that are a little more engaging to sort of like bring them back into the body. A really simple practice is 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I think I might have it later, but let's do that practice now. How many of you have heard of the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1? Couple? Wonderful. So I think about it like this. When we shift into disassociation, we are no longer present. We are not experiencing what's happening right now because what's happening right now feels overwhelming to our system for whatever reason. And so a way to get back into our body is to use our senses. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 is using our senses to do that. So let's just take a minute and look around the room and notice 5 things that you see. So don't just like look and say, oh, but like look and like, what is the color? What is the texture, do you think? What is the shape? How far away is it? What do the shadows look like, right? So really noticing 5 things in the room. Now taking a little bit of time and noticing 4 things that you feel. So this could be either like internal sensations, maybe you're getting hungry, maybe you kind of have to go to the bathroom, right? Like what are the internal sensations, and or what are the external sensations of your clothing on your skin, or your feet on the floor, or your body sitting in the chair. So really notice 4 things that you feel. Bringing your awareness now to 3 things that you hear. This might be a little easier with your eyes closed, but whatever feels comfortable for you. 3 things that you hear. Eyes open or closed for this next piece. 2 things that you smell. And the last one is 1 thing that you taste. Which might be harder depending on how long ago you ate or drank something. Or you could take a drink of something. Yeah. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's a great practice for helping to bring people back into the body when they're in that shut down, disassociative state. Okay, we're going to talk about the heart and emotions now. And I love talking about this for several reasons. One, I'm a pretty empathic, emotional person. I was often told as a girl I was too emotional, I was too much, I needed to shut it down. I got made fun of when I cried, which I cried when I was mad, when I was sad, when, lots of reasons for crying. Didn't have a lot of outlets for emotion, so crying was one of the ones that I did. And so I learned to be really ashamed of my emotions and feeling. But what I've come to understand is when we can learn and remember these things about emotions, they actually can become our superpower. And I believe as a species, that's part of what makes us pretty incredible, is our ability to feel. And so emotions are, like everything in this universe, they are first and foremost energy. They actually have technology now that they can put on people or in a room to read energy that's coming off people, emotional energy. So when someone feels glad, when they feel sad, and the 2 most powerful emotions or states of being that come off the human body are love and authenticity. Love and authenticity. And I see authenticity as our ability to be aware of who we are, body, heart, mind, and spirit, and to be moving intentionally from that place in ways that feel in alignment with our spirit. That's how I understand authenticity. And so emotions are energy. We think they're these nebulous things that, they're not really real, but they're energy. They are also sensations in the body. So you see this other one where you see the bodies in the different colors. That's another study where they were able to look at, depending on the emotional state, where was the energy in the body? What color was it? Was it a contracting energy, which is more blue? Was it an expansive energy and more of the yellow? Was it more of an explosive energy, like the red? And so emotions are often first, before they get up here to the brain and we realize what we're feeling, they're first sensations in the body. And then emotions are also chemicals. Chemicals in the body. So if somebody's feeling sad and they took a tear and they looked at the chemical makeup, it would be different than a tear of grief or of joy or a tear of anger so our chemistry reflects the emotional state. And there aren't good or bad emotions, but there are generative and non-generative emotions, which I'll talk about in a minute. But I want to share a story. Again, this is about my daughter Sophia, and I asked her if I could share this story, and she said yes. But I actually was doing some work in White Earth. This is shortly after I had started working with the Tribal Neurosciences and Community Wisdom Project in Minnesota. And it was summertime. Sophia was probably like 7. Loved playing with Legos. Loved Legos. And so, I'd always tell the kids when they were like, grab a bag, throw in what you want to do to keep yourself busy in the car. So she brought Legos. On the way home, I'm driving. She's in the back playing, and all of a sudden I can feel this like churning in my stomach. And I look in the rearview mirror and I see that she's just sitting in the back and she's like about almost in tears. And I'm like, so what's going on, honey? And she's like, I can't get this house to stay. So she's trying to build this Lego house on her lap. She's got nothing solid to build it on, which is a whole nother analogy, right? But it literally just keeps falling apart in her lap. And she's getting more and more frustrated. And so I was just starting to learn about like practices like breathing. So I was like, we'll do breathing. So I was like, honey, let's do some deep breathing, okay? So just do what I do. Just take a big breath in, slow exhale. And she's literally back there going, and I can feel the energy getting more and more intense. I'm like, that's okay, honey, it's okay. You don't have to do that. Because I was getting so overwhelmed by the energy in the car. And I realized in that moment, I only had 2 options. In that time in my life, I had 2 options. One was to say to her, just knock it off. It's not a big deal, blah, 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 right? That's how one of my parents treated us when we were upset by something. Or I could check out. Because I didn't want to yell at her. And checking out was what my other parent did. So I thought, I'm going to check out. But I was so aware in that moment that when I was checking out, that I was still leaving her alone with her emotions. That I was neglecting to be able to be there for her to help her process that. She didn't have the ability to process that yet, but you know what? Neither did I. And that was really the moment where I realized I had to learn how to be with, sit with, process, and navigate my own big emotions so that I could be there for my kids when they had theirs. That was a big aha for me. When we're talking about emotions, like one of the things that can be really helpful is naming it. I'm sure some of you have heard like name it to tame it, right? And how this works, why this works, is because the emotional part of the brain is down here in the middle part of the brain. The language center is up here. So when we name an emotion, we kind of force the brain to have to connect up here to the language center. And then that allows us to have more of our brain to be able to process what's happening. And so there are so many different emotions wheels online that you can find. Find one that works for you. Print it out, put it on your fridge. Use it when you're in the classrooms. There's some for younger kids where they have faces instead of like words. But being able to name emotions is critical. Dr. Brene Brown has a book called Atlas of the Heart. And in there, one of the things that really struck me is she said in her research, the majority of people, and I can't remember the percentage now, but the majority of people, when asked what emotions can you name, could name 3. Mad, sad, and glad. Whoa, there's way more than that, right? And there's nuance in emotions. So the emotions wheels help us to say, I'm feeling scared. Well, am I feeling anxious? Am I feeling powerless? Am I feeling overwhelmed? Right? And the closer we can get to the emotion we're actually feeling, the easier it is to understand what's needed in that moment. And how can we support ourselves or others? And so again, emotions aren't good or bad, but they can be generative or degenerative. So they can either help the body to be healthy and well, help the body to heal. Emotions like gratitude, joy, love, all of those are generative emotions. They help the body to be healthy and well. Degenerative emotions are emotions like anger, sadness, overwhelm. And this is the other really important piece of this. Dr. Perry talked again about the importance of attentive, attuned and responsive caregivers. But what I realized from my own journey is when I wasn't present here, I could not be present with my kids. I could not support them in the ways that they needed. So it starts here, and then it ripples outward. Trauma and the spirit. So the thing about how trauma impacts our spirit is a lot of times we forget that we are spirit. We forget that we are spirits in human bodies having human experiences. We forget that. And we begin to feel alone, isolated, afraid, disconnected. But what healing can do, I really understand healing as wholeness. Healing is coming back into our integrated wholeness. And it's not like you're healed or you're not. It's a process, right? It's an unfolding. But the more healing that we're able to access, the more we feel the interconnection. I know as Indigenous people, we say things like we are all connected, everything is related, but to actually feel it when you're in a space with others, or when you walk outside and you listen to our bird relatives singing, or you feel the wind blowing on your face, it's really different to experience the interconnection. It goes beyond the conceptual. And so when we think about spirit, it really goes back to that piece of awareness. When we can be aware of what we're thinking, what we're feeling, the sensations, we remember, oh, if I can be aware of these things, that reminds me I'm actually not those things. I'm not my emotions, I'm having emotions. I'm not my thoughts, I'm having thoughts. I'm not just this body, I am experiencing life in this body, but I'm spirit first. And so having that awareness begins to shift how we interact with the world. And it can become a guide for us, a compass, to help us determine how do we make decisions that are in alignment with our spirit, that are in alignment with life, and that supports thriving. I think about, when Dr. Perry said, we're stupid, the policies, and there's so many things we currently have in our human systems that are out of balance, out of alignment with what life actually needs to thrive. But these systems are made up of people. These aren't something that's out here. We are the systems. The energy we give is the systems. How do we begin to, rather than feeding these old systems, how do we tune into our spirits and remember the wisdom of our ancestors, tune into the dream of the descendant so that we can make decisions that are in alignment with life? We have the ability to do that. And we need each other to do it. So when we think about impacts of trauma on caregiving and relationships, one of the things that Dr. Perry talked about is the importance of consistency. But when caregivers are carrying a lot of their own unprocessed trauma, it makes it really hard to be present, which makes it hard to be attuned and attentive. Over and under control. This is an interesting one. I'm a recovering control freak. I come from a long line of control freaks. And I used to really feel ashamed about that part of me. But what I come to understand is that nature to try to control everything out here stems from a lack of felt sense of safety and feeling like if I can control and manage the stuff out here, then I'll be more safe. It doesn't really make sense because that's not how it works, but that's what our brain thinks, and that's what we try to do then, to control the external things so that we can feel more safe. Another thing that can happen is we just sort of give up control. I don't have any control, so, I don't get to make decisions. You leave decision-making to other people. You don't say what you think. The kids don't have boundaries, right? Which boundaries are essential for everyone. But but especially kids. And this was important for me to remember is like, when I didn't set good boundaries with my kids, it's really stressful for them because their systems are trying to figure out where's the boundary, where's the boundary, where's the boundary, where's the boundary. So that's why boundaries are important for young people, because it's like, oh, this is the range within which I can explore my world. If it's too tight by an overly controlling parent, that stifles their growth. If it's too large and overwhelming for them, that stifles their growth, right? So our ability to be able to set and maintain healthy boundaries is a natural thing that happens the more that we heal. Because we remember what can we control and what can't we control, what's ours to do and what's not. How do we set boundaries that support ourselves and others? These are all part of this learning process. Projection of fear and shame. I have no doubt that our caregivers did the very best they could with what they had. I know my parents did the very best they could. I know that they loved me, and there was a lot of harm that was caused. And so a lot of that harm was a result also of them feeling shame or guilt or other emotions that then they projected onto us kids. That then we began to feel shame and all of these other emotions that made us feel less than, unworthy, unlovable. It's really fascinating how the brains of kids make sense of the experiences that they're having. They don't have all of the larger context that we have. They can't be like, oh yeah, I know, mom and dad, they were raised by parents who had a really hard time. Like, that doesn't come till much later, if at all. And so instead, kids make sense of their world and they say, oh, mom or dad get really mad when I do this or that, or my caregiver gets really mad when I do this or that, so there must be something wrong with me. I'm bad, I'm wrong. And so that's a way that gets projected onto our little ones. And I talked about disassociation and shutdown. And so it is this reminder that although these have been the patterns that we've been experiencing for generations now because of historical trauma, because of intergenerational adversity, because of the way that epigenetics, turns on and turns off genetic code that makes us more susceptible to certain stressors and ways of being and certain diseases and all of these things. What Dr. Perry said is so true. The brain is incredibly malleable, and we need each other. These ruptures in relationships didn't happen on our own, they happened in relationship. Repair happens best in relationship. And so just invite you to spend a couple minutes and think about, where do you notice trauma living in your own system or family lineage? There's not a single person on this planet that is immune to this. Everyone has been impacted. Where and how do you see it show up in your life? Where does it show up at work or in your community? And what could look different in our families and communities if we could meet the challenge of providing what our children need to thrive? If the things that Dr. Perry shared, if the things that you have been feeling called to support in your community with kids, if that could be in everything, what would look different? What would be different? And I loved what he shared about, and I don't remember the exact thing, but it was something about like a child and, my brain is so bad at that, but like the best time to basically plan for thriving is like 100 generations before the kid, or 100 years before the kid is born, right? This again goes back to this wisdom in our communities of 7 generations where we are thinking beyond me, beyond even my kids or my grandkids. That we are trusting and we know that the shifts and changes we make today, we might not see the full impacts of in our lifetime. But hopefully hopefully, if we stay committed to it and working together on it, it can completely change the trajectory for those yet to come. We're going to do another practice. The breath is literally the most powerful tool we have to influence our nervous system. I won't do it right now because I don't want to get everyone super activated, but if you ever just want to try this, just take 30 seconds and do really quick breathing and notice what happens in your body. We're going to do the opposite. We're going to do breath as anchor. But it can really show you just a short amount of time with a certain kind of breathing, how it influences our nervous system. And so when we can have greater awareness, how are we breathing? How is that breathing impacting our nervous system? And if our nervous system is in a state that we want to shift, how can we use our breath to support that? So again, just inviting you to first check in with your breath and just notice, how is your body breathing itself right now? How quickly or slowly is the body breathing? How deeply is the body breathing? Are there any pauses in the breath, maybe at the top of the inhale or the bottom of the exhale? And once you have a good sense of how your body's breathing itself, I invite you to start breathing in a way where you're breathing in through the nose and you're bringing that breath as deep into the belly as you can. You might even want to place a hand on your belly just to be able to feel where that life force is going. Breathing in through the nose and exhaling slowly out through the mouth. At whatever pace is comfortable for you, bringing that breath deep into the belly, expanding the belly out like a balloon, and slowly exhaling out through the mouth. If it's helpful for you, you can think to yourself, soft as you breathe in, and belly as you breathe out, just to help you keep your focus, your attention on the breath. You might notice a really busy mind with lots of thoughts popping in. And if you do notice that, this is the thing that's really powerful, is in that moment of noticing, that becomes a moment of choice. You can choose to continue along your thought train, which is totally okay, or you can bring your awareness back to the breath. Thinking soft as you breathe in through the nose, and belly as you breathe out through the mouth. Taking one or two more slow, deep belly breaths. And then we'll close with a grounding breath together, a nice big inhale in through the nose, and a really slow exhale out through the mouth. If you had your eyes closed, you can go ahead and open your eyes. This is a breath practice I learned when I was getting trained in mind-body medicine, and I literally use this every day. It was a game changer for me in helping me to be more present, more aware. And it was interesting because when I first started using it, my kids would be like, "Oh, Mom, are you mad?" I'm like, my nervous system is dysregulated. I'm trying to regulate right now, right? Normalizing that right? I think it's important that our kiddos and those that we work with understand, like, dysregulated nervous systems are part of the human experience, you know? And sometimes we all need help and support in regulating. And so it's been really interesting because after doing that for a little bit with my kids, there was one time I was making dinner and my daughter Lydia, who also is very empathic, feels very deeply. She was having a really big emotion. Something was coming up. I don't even know what had happened, but I was literally like stirring stuff on the stove. Like I couldn't leave it or it was going to burn. And I could hear my son, who's 4 years younger than her, go up to her and say, "Lydia, let's take some deep breaths." And so I could hear them doing breathing. And after a couple minutes, I could hear him say, "There, do you feel better?" Right? So like, how do we normalize these things? And you'd be amazed at what they pick up and what they share out and what they run with. So, yeah. Was that that might have been the end of, I don't even remember. Okay, yeah. So I want to share, we did the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I want to share one other practice that can be really helpful. It's called orienting. So you know how like when you go and you're standing and there's just like nothing but plains in front of you, or the ocean, or you're looking up at the night sky, right? And it's nothing but stars. Our brains like to be able to see for a long distance because that allows us to be able to see when there's danger coming, right? So if whatever is on our back, if we know that we're safe here, orienting can help us be able to regulate and calm the nervous system. The other thing that we can do is we can be sitting. And so I'd invite you all to do this with me to whatever degree you can. Again, like pay attention to your body. I know some of us have like neck and back issues and things like that. So tune into your body. But we're just going to slowly take a look over our right shoulder. So just slowly look what's behind you, look up. So you're just sort of noticing as you come back to the middle, just like what's around you, right? Come back to center, and then let's look over the left shoulder. Again, what's behind you, above you, behind you, just kind of looking all around. And then we'll do that one more time. So looking over your right shoulder, behind you, slowly coming back to center, and looking over your left shoulder. Yeah, I just felt my body kind of take a big sigh, which, you know, I didn't feel stressed or whatever up here, but what that tells me is like that orienting helped my nervous system to relax even a little bit more. So that can be just a really simple but powerful practice. It's called orienting. And then, of course, grounding, you can use the breath like we did. You can go outside. So I'll mention this. I had said this yesterday to someone, but pretty much all of our shoes have rubber on them, right? The bottom of our shoes have rubber. And we know, like, if a lightning strike happens and you're in a car, you're okay because the tires are rubber, which means that energy can't come in. But that also means when we're walking around with rubber shoes, Mother Earth's good energy can't come up into our bodies, can't help support our bodies. And so when we ground, we can take our shoes off, put our feet directly on the earth, and I know we have a narrow window before winter hits to be able to do this comfortably. Grab a blanket and lay on the earth. It's the same thing. The earth energy is just going to come up, and what they found in some of the studies around grounding is it reduces inflammation, it reduces stress. There's lots of good benefits to grounding. So that's another practice you can use. So I'm curious, maybe you could just like take a minute or two at your table to whatever degree you feel comfortable and share. In any of the practices that we did, what did you notice? What was surprising? What maybe was challenging? What was helpful? What shifted for you in any of the practices? So we'll just take a few minutes and invite you to share at your table. take another minute or two. All right. So I don't expect, but I would welcome if anyone would like to share, maybe one or two people, like what did you notice during any of those practices that maybe surprised you or reminded you of something maybe your body, heart, mind, or spirit is wanting more of?
So when I enter somewhere, I have to know where the exits are. So I look around and I got to figure out where the exits are. When I go to powwows, when I sit at the powwow, I have to know where I could get out, or I'm just aware of where I sit. But when we had to do the left right practice, that felt safe to me. Like it calmed me. Because I do it for like my anxiety, safety reasons, but to do it to calm myself and to be aware just felt better. Like thinking of it like that. Yeah.
That's beautiful. Thank you so much. And it's so simple, right? These things are so simple, but they can be powerful. Yeah. And we're being proactive about it versus like reactive. Yeah, love that. Yeah, thank you. And I would imagine there's lots of folks that are similar, I know I am too, with like the exit thing, right? And so this can be something that maybe like going into a space, trying this and seeing how that helps shift your nervous system in a way that you can be more present wherever you are doing what you're doing. Yeah, beautiful. Anyone else want to share what you noticed, what you experienced with any of the practices?
So when we were doing our table thing, this is my sister Candy, and here's, I interviewed her on what she felt. Here's what she said. Wait, no, it's cute. Here's what she said.
We'll just take a few minutes and...
Oh, gosh.
So what did you notice, ma'am? What shifted in your body?
My eyeballs.
Your eyeballs?
They got tired.
So for those of you that couldn't hear, she said her eyeballs got tired. That's a good sign. Activating the parasympathetic nervous system. Yes. Thank you for that. And so, there are so many practices and processes and ways to be able to tune back into, tap back into, connect back into the felt sense of these four parts of ourselves: body, heart, mind, and spirit. And the more that we do that, the easier it becomes to tune in here, to tune in to the larger world, right? To be able to sense in, are we in balance, in alignment, or out of balance and out of alignment? And how do we move in ways and with people where there's greater and greater and greater alignment to support thriving, to support well-being, to support, I mean, my hope, one of the things I put is like that, you know, that we all, that our kids can grow up in ways that they are supported so that they can thrive, so that they can contribute back their unique gifts, their unique song to the whole. I wish that for all of us. I do believe our spirits came here for to be able to share really specific things that only our spirits can share and bring. And so what I've found over the years of doing this deep healing work is that has become more and more apparent to me of what my spirit came here to do and what makes me feel alive and what I love doing. And so that's also really good indicators when you feel excited about something, when you feel aliveness in your body. That's a way that your spirit is telling you, yes, this is for you. And so speaking of the languages of the parts, this is something that I've had to kind of come to learn and understand, and it seems like a no-brainer, but it took me a while to understand this. The language of the spirit can be intuition and awareness. The language of the body is sensations. The language of the heart is emotions, and the language of the mind is thoughts. And so when we can understand, these are ways that these parts of us are talking to us. Through thoughts, the brain through thoughts, or through emotions, right? Sensations in the body. But the thing is that all of these parts are very deeply interconnected. So often what we think impacts what we feel. What we feel impacts not just sensations in the body, but how healthy or well our body is, right? We talked about generative and degenerative chemicals based on emotions that we feel. So these parts are very, very interconnected. And there are certain practices that can help support the different parts. There are some practices that cut across, that are, or things we can do, like for example, sleep. Getting good sleep is one of the most important things that you can do. And making sure our kiddos get the sleep that they need is really, really critical. But when we think about what are some things we can do for the spirit, connecting it with that, prayer, intention setting, and intention setting might just be something simple like in the morning when you wake up. What is your intention for the day? Intentions are a great way to focus our energy. How do you want to focus your energy today? What is your intention? Practicing awareness, compassion and loving kindness practices, chanting, drumming, singing, connecting back in with that larger like song and rhythm of life. For the body, so in addition to the soft belly breathing that I did, another practice that was really as someone who was like chronically disassociated was body scans. And so body scans are just like you're starting at your head and you're just scanning down through the body and noticing, where do you feel sensations? Are they sensations of aliveness, sensations of stress? Where do you feel numb? What are the parts that are hard to connect to or access to? All of that is information. And so body scans are a way to like really spend some time and notice, what is the body telling you? What does the body want you to know? Dancing, shaking, exercise, breath work, those are all really powerful ways to be able to move stuck energy. We have some practices we do in mind-body medicine that are around shaking and dancing. Massage, yoga, myofascial release, all of those things again help to sort of move stuck energy that's been stagnant. And then nutrition, super important. One of the things I'll say about nutrition is related to our microbiome. And so that's all of the beings and critters, not really creatures, but like bacteria and all of these different things that live in our GI tract, in our stomach, in our intestines, that help to break down our food, to pull the nutrients that we need from it. But like 80 to 90% of serotonin, which is a neurotransmitter, is produced in our GI tract. So what we eat and the medications we take impact our body's ability to produce serotonin. So that's a way that like nutrition can impact our ability to like stay emotionally regulated. For heart, we have heart-centered meditations. If you're interested in learning more about heart in some of the studies that they're doing, there's this place called the Heart Math Institute. The heart is so much more than a pump. It is so much more than a pump. It is constantly sending out electromagnetic signals. It is constantly receiving electromagnetic signals. If you are sitting within a 5-foot circumference of someone else, your hearts are communicating right now via those electromagnetic signals. Exactly. The heart is always doing that, picking up. So heart-centered meditations, awareness of emotions, using things like emotions wheels, compassion, loving kindness practices, journaling, art. There's so many ways. I think of a lot of times so emotions means like energy in motion. So how do we honor those emotions? Through expression. Right? Some of us like to draw, some of us paint, some of us dance, some of us write. But there's something in the process of creating, expressing, that allows those energies, those emotions to also move. And then for mind, we have things like mindfulness practices, meditation. I can tell you, when I first started learning this stuff, I was terrible at it. I was so terrible at it. And I used to kind of beat myself up like, man, why can't I get this right? And there was actually in the session with Dr. Perry where he was talking about the disassociated child and what they look like. It felt like he pulled back a curtain, was explaining me to a T, where I realized oh, I spent my life training myself not to be present. So meditation and mindfulness is the opposite, where we're training ourselves to be here in this moment. And that helped me have some compassion and okay, this is going to take me a while because I've been training my brain in this other way for over 35 years. So journaling, metacognition. So metacognition is we're thinking about our thinking. We're aware of our thinking and we're noticing the thought and we're like, isn't that an interesting thought? I wonder where that come from, or I wonder what belief is underneath that. Right? So it's the ability to notice the thought and not jump on it as truth, but see it as a thought and get curious about it. Wonder why we're thinking that. And then I already mentioned sleep, super critical. And so I heard this one time, and it really landed, where they talked about, they say, presence. They call it presence because it's a gift. I hope that every one of us in here have had the experience of having a conversation with someone or being in the presence of someone where they were fully there. They were not thinking about what they should do or say. They were not thinking about their to-do list or anything else, but they were really present with you. And if you've had that experience, you realize, A, how rare it is, which is unfortunate. I hope we can make that much more common. But B, how healing and powerful it is. It allows us to feel seen, to feel heard, to be witnessed. And to be able to be witnessed is an essential part of healing. And when I think about how can we bring our presence in ways that are really supportive for other people, I think about these 3 C's. I think about compassion. How are we recognizing that literally everyone is doing the best they can with what they have right now? So how do we have compassion for that? Accountability is really important too. We talk about compassionate accountability. That's a whole nother talk. But bringing compassion is important. Curiosity, we've talked a lot about the importance of curiosity and the power of that, and courage. I know in many of our indigenous cultures, courage is one of our virtues. It's one of our main teachers, right? And that courage might mean having the difficult conversations, setting the hard boundary that is gonna keep your relationships healthy and well. It might be having the conversations about when a rupture has happened, what's needed to make repair. Those are the kinds of things that I think we're all being invited back into. And so there are lots of ways to integrate as well. One of the things that I found is often we're learning. I know this was the case for me, learn. But again, if we don't shift it from a conceptual head knowing into an embodied, what do I do with what I'm learning? What shifts in my life as a result of what I'm learning, then we're not actually learning it. right? And so there are practices like journaling and art and conversations and repeating things to yourself. Like I can tell you one of the ways that's been really helpful for me is sharing what I learn with others, because then it reinforces it for me and it reminds me as well. I'm in the same journey of learning as you all, right? Conversations, storytelling, artistic expression. And I've been thinking a lot more lately, and we're wrapping up here now, I've been thinking a lot more in my life about containers of support. There's a lot of energy that we carry individually and collectively that's difficult energy. Grief, rage, fear, overwhelm, carried from generations and generations and generations, brought over from other parts of the world, right? This energy has never been processed. And so I do believe the invitation of our time, we are in a time of prophecy. We know that, right? We know we are in a time of prophecy where the prophecies say we can continue on the same path and trajectory, and it will lead to death and destruction and suffering, or we can shift. We can shift the trajectory back into right relationship, back into compassion and care, back into wholeness and integration. It's not going to happen like that, but trust me, our bodies, Mother Earth, her body, our social systems, they are so much more powerful than we recognize. And their ability to heal quickly, the tendency of life is towards wholeness. How do we align our energies with that? And I think this is part of it, is remembering how do we create these containers, these social containers for processing this energy. How we hold it, how we allow it to be there, and in the process of feeling it and allowing, it shifts, transforms, alchemizes. And then we can use that energy to support ourselves, our families, our communities. We then build with different energy. We're not building with the same stuff, fear, grief, rage, overwhelm. We're building instead with love, compassion, curiosity, courage. And it is our sacred responsibility as caregivers. Those little ones that are here and those little ones yet to come, they are relying on us to help shift this trajectory. And I believe we can do it. I know we can do it. And so I'm going to end with just allowing you to just feel in to this question. What would likely change in our families and communities if presence and compassion guided both caregiving and how we support caregivers? I know you all know caregiving is hard. And like Dr. Perry said, and we all feel in our bones, it was not meant to be done alone. What would look different? What would feel different? How would our experiences and the experiences of our kids be different if we could be present and compassionate, if those were foundational for how we raise children? Like this question of what could be different, what could change, is what drives me. It really drives me, like as a mother, as hopefully someday a grandma, and really feeling into, we talk a lot about the ancestors. There's so much wisdom there to bring forward. But how are we also remembering we are the conduit between the ancestors and the descendants? How are we also tapping into the dream of those yet to come? The lives that they will live, the world that they will live in. We're the conduit between the ancestors and those yet to come. So I can definitely share out the slides if that would be helpful. I know some of the stuff was kind of small, but I also wanted to just leave some resources, some practitioners that I know that are amazing. Anella is an amazing Indigenous somatic practitioner. I've learned so much from her. There's lots of resources out there way beyond this, but I just wanted to leave a few. Thank you so much for your presence, your attentiveness, and your commitment to our little ones and helping to change the trajectory to create a world where they can not just survive but really thrive. Miigwech.
Thank you so much. That was beautiful. Thank you so much. I learned so much while listening, and I was reminded of a lot of things that I've learned too in the teachings that I've had over the years. Connect that heart and our minds. We're going to have, I just want to do a few reminders. So remember to check out the community booths. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Looks like we have about 7 or 8 community booths that you could check out, get their resource information. And also there's 1 book per person. You'll have an opportunity to select another book for a door prize drawing or to share with somebody. We also did some drawings while during that presentation they had some ready. So if I call your name, you want a drawing, you can go back and pick out another book. First of all, I'd like to have Angel Roulard go up there and get another book because we want to thank her for sharing. Anytime we go have conferences like this, we love it when people share, when you just got that excitement in your stomach and you just want to say something but kind of hate to say it. But so we're in a safe space. Anything you want to share this today, please feel free to do that. Okay, the winners are Sandy Bernard, Sharissa Crawford, Candace Ring, Kim Thompson, and Stephanie Corner. So, congratulations to all those winners. Now they have the lunch prepared back there. I know they have tables set up, but there's been a little change in plans. What they want you to do is go back, get your food, and come back to your seats in here, and then we're going to have a noon presenter. So get your lunch and bring it back in here. Here we have 2 lines going over there for the food. And also the cooler, right when you get your chips and your cookie, there's a cooler there. There's all the drinks in there, so just go ahead and help yourself. Also, if anybody finds a quill earring, if you could turn that in. Thank you.
wanted me to do a little ditty about my little booth and stuff before you start your next speaker.
Okay. Ready now?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, you're Lisa. Yes. Okay. I was looking all over for a lady with red shoes. I was like, where is she?
I was talking to Ella. Under the table.
Okay, if everybody's almost getting done with getting their lunch and back to the tables, we're going to start our presentations. First off, we're going to Ella Robertson is here, and she's going to talk to us just a little bit about her her booth presentation with the plants, traditional plants, and then we're going to introduce Lisa. So Ella.
Haumatakiapi. I'm Ella Robertson. I am a professor at the System Wapton College, but also I own my own personal business. I work from home. My business is 13 Moons and Bakuli Made. I do a lot of work with the tribe and the various programs and in the community. And I have my booth set up over there, and I have a display of traditional foods. And so Sharna wanted me to talk a little bit about what are the benefits of traditional foods and activities centered around that. And myself, I grew up knowing like 3 traditional foods. And one of them was mushrooms, which are in season right now, chanachba. And another one was tipsina and chokecherries. Well, I guess there's more than that, because then all the berries, right? Everybody knows the plums, gooseberries, things like that, wild grapes. But as I got older, I learned more about our traditional foods because I'm a very curious person, and like a lot of other people my age were like self-diagnosing, like, hey, I have ADHD. And so it's, my brain goes all over the place, and I'm very curious. I like to talk, obviously. And so I learned from elders in the community about these different things. I've never been really shy. You know, I just go talk to El, hey, I have a question, you know. And as I've gotten older and learned more about my culture, our Dakota culture, I've learned more about our protocols and the purposes to a lot of the things that I've learned. But I like to keep my presentations focused on foods, because foods are something that we eat every day. And we need to be more conscious of the foods that we put in our body. And so some of the things that I've learned, and it was prior to COVID, actually, that I had, it was the Health and Fitness Center had asked me if I would come and set up a booth and talk about foods. So I said, yeah. So I set up my table. It didn't look as fancy as it does now. It didn't have all the signs and all of that there. And I just had them on the table. And so I had different community members come and look, and they're just like, well, what is the health benefits of this? Well, what about that? And at that time, all I knew was that I knew how to gather it, when to gather it, where to gather it. But then I was prompted by that interaction with various people, like, okay, well, I need to find out what are the benefits to this. So starting like on this end, I have maple sugar there. And I like to talk about maple sugar a lot because it was one of our main food sources along with wild rice, but a lot of people think that's Ojibwe, that's Anishinaabe, that doesn't belong to us. But yes, we come from Minnesota. Those were our foods. And it's reclaiming that belongs to us. And we need to practice those things. It's breathing life back into those things. I don't like to say it's forgotten, because it's not forgotten, because all that knowledge is here inside of us. And it just takes, one person sharing that and showing how do we harvest, when does it happen, where does it happen, and it was actually my Uncle Owen Dean German and my Aunt Florstine. He planted maple trees all around their house, and so now they're like 30-year-old maple trees, and the sap would just drip from the branches. And I had gone over there one time. He's like, "See, look at Ella, look at it's just dripping from this tree. Taste it once." And so I did, and it was sweet. And so he said, "You need to tap this tree." And so it wasn't until some years later, because, when we're learning new things, it's like we want an instruction manual. And even then we kind of question it a little bit, because there's like that little fear in us when it comes to doing new stuff. And with tapping the tree, well, we didn't have anybody. I talked with different elders, and, my cousin, now I can't think of his name now. But I had talked to him, and he said, yeah, he remembered his kushi doing it, and so it had happened quite a while ago, but he couldn't remember very clear because he was so little. And, that's probably the only one that I talked to in our community that remembers tapping trees. So what do? We look it up on YouTube. How is everybody else in the world doing maple? And so we look it up on YouTube, and we had gotten our supplies beforehand, the taps and all of that stuff, and we did it. And I'm just like, oh my God. And it was like freaking discovering electricity. That was how awesome we felt. And it's like, all these other people are like, oh yeah, tapping trees, big deal. But oh my gosh, for us it was so amazing and an amazing experience. And so you just think about all of that, all the emotions and all of the prep and everything that I went through. I didn't go through that alone. All of my family was there. And so everything that we do when we are working with plants, gathering, all of this, I'm sharing it with my kids. Ever since they were really little, they're right there. Learning right along with us. So that very brand new experience, my kids got to experience that too. And so there's a lot of benefits, to that learning experience. So what I'm going to talk a little bit about the nutritional benefits, because even though our ancestors knew that these foods were good for us, they knew when to harvest them, where to harvest them, how to process them so that they were edible, because seriously, some of our foods actually have contain poison, like say arsenic in them, but we eat them, and we've been eating them for generations. And the new us now in 2025, sometimes some of us need that scientific validation, before we're going to eat it or consume it. Well, I got to make sure it's safe. Well, I got to make sure it doesn't contain, these various types of chemicals or whatever. But maple sugar, and I do have a sample on the end. If you want to taste it, it's from what we harvested. It's like drinking, like say Pedialyte. It has zinc, iron, calcium, and one important one that I want to point out is manganese. So manganese helps our body to process its own sugar in a healthier way. So what would that be good for? Diabetes, right? There's like what percentage of our Native community has diabetes? And it was an elder down to Santee that had told me that he had his legs amputated and his arms were next, and he had met a woman, and I can't remember where she was from, but she said, take a cap full of this, and gave him a jar of maple sugar. And so he said, I did, took a capful every day. He said, pretty soon I didn't have to take as much metformin, and pretty soon he's like, now I don't take metformin. He's like, look, I still have my arms, because he said, if they took my arms, I felt like, well, what's the point of me being here? If I can't walk and I can't use my arms, why even be here? So in essence, it's like that maple sugar saved that man's life, So And you can even Google it if you want to. And it'll show up on the Google machine, you know, the benefits to maple sugar. And so I'm going to talk about just that one, but, you know, when we're out there and we're harvesting these things, even learning about them, it really helps to promote growth as far as our own self-identity. You know, as a Dakota person, myself, I truly believe that this is what I've always been meant to do. And how many of you feel like right now that you're doing what you are meant to do in your life? You know, yeah, Kateri, you better raise your hand. But it's that. Like, strengthening our identity helps us to forge like a strong path, and I feel like even a true sense of who we are, and following that path, you know, with purpose. And sometimes we just kind of waver, we're going here and there, and we're not quite sure. But I feel like being raised in this way really helped me to be strong and determined and focused on where I'm going in my life. And that's what I want for my kids, you know. So then that's how I raised them. And I feel like there's a huge benefit to that, you know. Not only that, but it helps to strengthen your family, spending that time together. Now I'm rambling on, you can see. Okay, so the mental health benefits, it reduces stress and anxiety, and lowering those cortisol levels helps to also lower your blood pressure and calm your nervous system. It improves mood and self-esteem. And so you have a more sense of happiness, and it decreases your anxiety, depression, and anger. It increases focus and creativity. And so last week I was totally disconnected. For the last couple of weeks, I had activities where I was totally disconnected from my phone. And it feels like our phones contribute to this here, there, because we're trying to, you know, being on all these different apps. We're trying to call, text people, oh, I got to check my emails, you know, and we're just scattered. And I feel like put the phone down, and when we go out and we're just being there, experiencing nature, that it really helps us to focus and, in essence, like really prioritize like what's important in life, you know, really what is. So then when you have that disconnect from, you know, technology, it helps to restore your mental energy, you know, so that, say you spend, you know, even just a few hours, it really helps us to rest, and there's no overstimulation, and it also helps to combat depression. It increases our physical activity. When we're out there looking for stuff, we're not counting how many steps we're taking, you know, because we're just focused on the activity that we're doing. And so all of those things help to boost our immune system too. We're breathing in all this fresh air, we're doing all these activities. It provides us with vitamin D because we're being exposed to all of the sunlight, which, you know, honestly, probably 90% of us are vitamin D deficient. You know, even though I'm out there getting, you know, I'm brown, right? I'm out there getting a lot of sunlight, I'm still deficient in vitamin D. And, you know, you go to bed tired, so it helps to improve our sleep quality. So anyway, I just wanted to say that much. It was only supposed to be a couple minutes, but thank you so much for listening, and stop by my booth. Thank you.
Thank you, Ella. We love Ella in our community. She also, right now, she's doing some part-time work with Wachunga, which is the domestic violence program here in Sisseton. We're a nonprofit, and she's our outreach coordinator right now. But so I'd like to invite our next speaker up. We have Miss Lisa Aguilar, is an Indigenous woman researcher and relative. She's an enrolled member of the MHA Nation and is Lakota, and Dakota, and Chicana. She is also an assistant professor of school psychology at the University of Minnesota in the Twin Cities. Her work focuses on reclaiming and remembering Indigenous ways of being and doing by working alongside Indigenous youth, families, and the communities to help, number one, to help imagine how we decolonize education in indigenized school psychology. 2, learn how to indigenize students come to their identities of self and community. And 3, to move school psychology away from oppressive research practices and toward critical research relationships. She is a nationally certified school psychologist, the current editorial fellow for school psychology, and also the co-chair of the NASP Indigenous American Subcommittee. So help me to welcome Lisa Aguilar. Is it Aguilar?
Okay, thank you. It's nice to be here, and it's always weird to hear your bio read about you out loud. So I appreciate that. So I do some work with Nishto and Dusty Gill, so some of you may have seen me around the community here and there. And so I was invited into that work by Laura Henderson, who's from the University of Virginia in Charlottesville, and so that's kind of how I got connected. Dusty asked me to come and prepare something for the conference, so I was happy to do that. And hopefully this is helpful, and I know you've had some really great speakers all this morning, and Ella shared some really great stuff as well. So I just ask that you take what you can and what's helpful and leave what's not. And I think if some of this is repetition, that's good too. I think sometimes it takes, learning things or hearing things multiple times, which is also good. So as in the introduction, I'm a school psychologist by training. So what that means is I was really trained to work with kids in the school context. So we do a lot of assessment and interventions, therapy, and things like that. And so I'm coming at this from that lens and trying to share kind of what I've done in the schools and some things like that. And so I hope, again, that it's helpful. So I think, hold on. Let me make sure this works. There we go. Okay. So I just wanted to share maybe a little bit more about who I am. I think pictures are always fun to get to know people. So up on the left there is me and my 2 brothers. They're both younger than me when we were really small. The little one there on my lap, I'm in the middle, is Cameron, and then the one standing behind me is Forrest. So those, I care about them deeply and have a really close relationship to them today. And on the right of that picture is my mom. Her name is Terry. And this was her first time seeing the ocean. So this was a really cool picture to capture and be able to share that moment with her. And it was actually during a time when I was teaching for a graduate institute in California. So it's really special that I was able to share that with her. And then the picture on the bottom left is my dad's. My dad's from Mexico, which is why I identify as Chicana. I'm a first generation. He came here when he was about 7 years old. And so that's him, the littlest one in the picture with his uncles, and they're butchering a cow in Mexico where he grew up. And then on the right is a screenshot of my virtual community that we've created in school psychology. If no one's really aware, school psychology is a predominantly white profession. And so as scholars of color, we've kind of carved out this virtual space where we can connect across universities to talk about anti-colonial and decolonial practices, and so I really value having that space. Wrong way. I recognize it's probably hard to see, so I'll do my best to read what's on the slide. But I'm sure at this point now you've probably heard about mindfulness several times and have a good definition. But just maybe a raise of hands, or if folks are comfortable with sharing out, like when I say the word mindfulness and ask what is mindfulness, what comes to mind for you and what kind of practices are y'all engaging in, or maybe what have you learned today? Being aware. Yeah, thank you. Being in the present moment. Yeah, beautiful. Thank you. Intentionality. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so there's an indigenous scholar that y'all might have heard of called Michael Yellowbird. He's actually from my tribe. He's my grandma's cousin, I learned recently, which is really cool. So to read his work was like, oh man, got to reach out to him and maybe collaborate. But he talks about mindfulness. He talks about mindfulness as being deeply aware of what is happening from moment to moment, and outside and inside of your body, without really judging or attaching any emotions or feelings to that area, and just kind of noticing, right? So really, again, much like you all have said, being present, being intentional. And when you look at the research that exists from a Western perspective, at least, there's lots to say, you know, we can mindfully eat, we can mindfully walk, we can kind of do all these things. And so I've learned that tends to be the practices that we try. And so I figured, while y'all are having lunch, I thought it might be an interesting activity to do some mindful eating, if I can get the slides to change. Do you mind just hitting next? I don't know if the signal's going. Sorry, tech difficulties. I have my notes here and my laptop there, so I'm trying to manage both. So thanks for bearing with me. So this is an activity I've done with kids before. So when they come to my office, I might have like a little piece of chocolate or a Starburst or something and have them kind of mindfully eat it. And it's really cool to watch them be like, I really wanted to chomp on that, but like you made me wait and my mouth was salivating. And it's so cute when they do it for the first time. So I figured we can try it just as something, if you haven't before, it's kind of a cool thing to just notice and experience. So for those that are comfortable, and I know some of y'all are done eating, which is totally fine, but if you want to engage, you totally can. I'll just kind of read, and you'll listen to me and then kind of do what I'm saying. So this is adapted, again, from Michael Yellowbird's work, so he's someone that I've been learning a lot from. So typically, if you're doing this in your home or at your place of work, you would choose somewhere that's maybe quiet, away from people, to really help promote that mindful eating. So somewhere that's distraction-free. So typically, before you begin, you would look down at your food. So if you have food in front of you, or if you maybe have a water bottle or bag of chips or whatever it is, and take in like what that food, what that item looks like. Maybe how it smells, and think about where it came from, maybe whose hands touched it, who maybe cultivated or raised that produce or that meat. And before taking your first bite, see if you can notice if there's like an urge to eat in your mouth, like maybe there's some salivation, or maybe there's some like watering or feeling of hunger in your stomach. So as you're noticing the color, the smell, the texture, you can put that first bit in your mouth and then just notice how the food feels in your mouth and what it tastes like. And so this is the part that can be kind of hard for little ones, where they have that piece of chocolate in their mouth and then you could tell they just want to chew on it. But just notice, we have them notice. And before you swallow, notice the things that maybe happen in your mouth. Again, the salivation, the urge to swallow, maybe there's a sensation of like you really want to chew, right? And so as you're chewing now, and as you're swallowing your food, notice what that feels like as well. How does your stomach feel now that it has a bit of nutrients in it? Are you feeling a little bit closer to being full? And you can do this with every bite. You can repeat that until your meal is finished. And I think the key thing here that Yellowbird talks about a lot is noticing when you feel done with a meal and not necessarily when your plate's empty, right? Because I think we have a lot of time this push to finish what's on our plate and to not waste, right? But really thinking about mindfulness in terms of eating is thinking about when your body is telling you you've had enough, right? And maybe saving the rest for later. So thank you for participating in that if you did. So what I've learned, sorry, I keep forgetting to switch the slide. I'm going to have to ask you to press next again. I'm sorry. Thank you. So I didn't grow up with lots of traditional teachings, right? So I grew up in Bismarck, North Dakota, so not too far from here. And then I kind of split my time between Chicago, where I was born, and Roswell, New Mexico, where my grandparents were. And so kind of had a wealth of different experiences because of that. And so as an adult, as was read in my bio, I'm really trying to reclaim and remember some of these things. And so something that I'm learning from a native scholar called Mark Standing Eagle Bays, he works at Bemidji University, is this thing called Indigenous Contemplative Practices. And so you might have heard of that. But I'm learning as an adult that Indigenous peoples and my people have always been doing quote unquote mindfulness, right, in some way, for a really long time. And now we refer to it as these contemplative practices. And so when you read the definition, it's really much the same of the mindfulness definition that I read you, right? So it's like reflective, it's being mindful, maybe tying in that spiritual aspect of it. And when I think of the actual practices, I think of how they're culturally embedded and passed down through different stories or traditions or ceremonies, and how they're really closely tied with both the ancestors and spiritual beliefs and the land, certainly. And so y'all might be familiar with things like Sundance and Sweat, silence, and these are just a couple examples of what those practices have always been. And I know you know this, so I'm not telling you anything new, but I think the thing that I think about when I think about mindfulness is really thinking a little bit more deeply about it. So I wanted to share, thank you. I wanted to share something that I found that I thought was really powerful from Ella Cara Deloria when she talks about silence, because I think in today's day and age, it's all about, being on your phone, being with folks, kind of having that constant noise from whether it's the TV or your podcast or whatever it is. And I heard something from an elder Navajo man when he was talking about sometimes we sit in our circle and we're just silent. And that doesn't mean that the conversation stopped, and that doesn't mean we have nothing left to say, but that silence is important, and there's something happening in that silence, right? And so I think, when I think of reclaiming and remembering, I think of this, what Ella said, and I'll read it to you. She said, "We Indians know about silence. We are not afraid of it. In fact, where patience is more powerful than words. Our elders were trained in the ways of silence, and they handed over this knowledge to us. Observe, listen, and then act, they would tell us. That was the manner of living. With you, it is just the opposite. You learn by talking. You reward the children that talk the most at school. In your parties, you all try to talk at the same time. In your work, you are always having meetings in which everybody interrupts everybody and all talk 5, 10, or 100 times, right? She's kind of talking about Western folks, or Western ways of being. And you call that problem solving, or solving a problem. When you are in a room and there is silence, you get nervous. You must fill the space with sounds, so you talk compulsorily, even before you know what you're going to say. White people love to discuss. They don't even allow the other person to finish a sentence. They always interrupt. For us Indians, this looks like bad manners or even stupidity. I'm not going to interrupt. I will listen. Maybe I'll stop listening if I don't like what you're saying, but I won't interrupt you. When you finish speaking, I'll make up my mind about what you have said, and I will not tell you I don't agree unless it is important. Otherwise, I'll just keep quiet and I'll go away. You have told me all I need to know. There is no more to be said, but this is not enough for the majority of white people. People should regard their words as seeds. They should sow them and then allow them to grow in silence. Our elders taught us that the earth is always talking to us, but we should keep silence in order to hear her. There are many voices besides ours, many, many voices. And so I don't share that to disparage Western ways, but I think it really highlights the importance of silence in many indigenous cultures. And really as a reminder to me, how can I find ways within my day to be silent? So on the way here, I turned off my podcast for the last 20 minutes of the ride, and I said, okay, I'm gonna say some words of affirmation to myself, because I was kind of nervous to get up here and talk in front of people. And so that's how I tried to incorporate silence, right? And so I think, yeah, that was one way that I tried to embody that. So the next slide here is Michael Yellowbird talking a little bit about dance. And I realize this might be kind of difficult to navigate. I have, if you could, when the video plays, if you could put it to 4 minutes and 29 seconds, if possible. Thank you. So he's talking about these buffalo dancers, and I just think it's really cool because he connects it to why that's so important for our bodies and how it is actually mindfulness, what they're doing, because they're very intentional about their actions. He has lots of really good videos on YouTube, and so if you're ever curious about doing more of a deep dive into his work, he's very accessible. Podcasts, YouTube videos. Is it working okay?
Of the buffalo, and they have to turn their attention and focus on being a buffalo. So when they mimic the power of the buffalo, of the bison, of the Danaha, as we say in my language, you know, it raises their levels of endocannabinoids, along with their levels of testosterone, along with their levels of dopamine, you know, the reward chemical. And also, as they dance together, you know, they're sort of all in the same society. It raises their levels of oxytocin, the bonding and love chemical. Now think about that. You can't find that in a pill anywhere. You can't find that protection anywhere. So they're mindfully doing these cultural dances, right? We know that in other research that ballroom dancing, this particular program with older people who are having mild cognitive issues, after 10 months of ballroom dancing, improved their thinking and memory, right? Why do we have Alzheimer's and dementias happening at such a high level? Why do we have so much anxiety and depression, right? Yeah, we have depression, I should say. Yeah, we have colonization. Yes, we have, you know, racist things happening. Yes, we have, you know, all these different kinds of trauma. But the way in which indigenous people and all traditional peoples did at one time to combat and build resilience against those kinds of things are the things I'm talking about: movement, dancing, singing. And we know that dance is, you know, a really big part of our human experience, been with us for thousands of years. And it's really part of our DNA, you know, which is why that I was reading some interesting research that the baby begins to bounce to time to a music before they begin to talk. When you see a little baby and you hear a drum or you hear a certain kind of music and the baby starts to bounce, it's part of the DNA that we've evolved with, right? I mean, if you hear a really song that you like, you know, you want to move your head, move your body a bit, right? But you don't want to do it because that's not cool in society, you know? Most people don't do that kind of thing. They'll do it at a concert or whatever, but no one's going to do it on the street because they say, look at this person, they're high on some kind of drug or something, right? But that's the kind of thing. And we do it on a regular basis, you know, with one another, right? And we think and interact with one another. And think about it being synchronized. If you've ever seen bird murmurations where you've got tens of thousands of birds flying in the same pattern back and forth in the skies, humans are like the same thing. We move, you know, in a very, very similar pattern. And we evolved to do that in a synchronized unison, just like birds murmurations are like fish doing schooling. Laughter,
You can stop the
really
video now.
important, right? Really important.
Or you can go to the
because it's down to, again, like,
technology is wonderful and a pain at the same time. Thank you. So he goes on to talk about dancing. He talks about laughing and humor and how Native peoples are the funniest peoples, which I agree with. And he talks about, the different parts of the brain and, the amygdala and all of these things, and how our ceremonies and the contemplative practices that we've engaged in for many generations have always helped us to heal. And so when I was reading his work, and I continue to read it and engage with it, I've really learned that what he's saying is ceremony heals. And there's many Native peoples that are saying the same thing, right? And we all kind of know this. And I was recently reading a book called The Seven Circles by Chelsea Luger and Thosh Collins, who you all might know. And they have a chapter in their book called Ceremony, where they talk about the mental, spiritual, emotional, and behavioral aspects of ceremony and how that impacts everything else, these other circles of wellness. So this is a little excerpt from their book. They talk about, in the mental realm, incorporating rituals is really important throughout your day, and practicing those rituals consistently, right? Not just doing something one time, and if it doesn't work, not coming back to it, but really trying multiple times, maybe trying at different times during the day to see if there's something that works better for you. But using ceremony or ritual to really carve a path of clarity in your mind. In the spiritual aspect, they talk about all people being able to learn to walk in a ceremonial way, to be able to reclaim ritual, and to utilize mindfulness to kind of heighten that awareness. Someone said awareness earlier, and bring peace and lead to more of that grounding and kind of grateful existence and wholeness. In the physical aspect, they talk about incorporating prayer or setting intentions for healing. They talk about setting intentions for prosperity and wellness. And they're really big into moving their bodies, and so they have a lot of really great content about Earth Gym and all of these things, and exerting yourself physically and building strength really from the inside with the things that we have on land. And then lastly, they talk this emotional aspect where it's a mindfulness or peacefulness practice. So again, getting back to that consistency and how that will help kind of find that balance and accept that balance of both good and bad that life brings, right? So it's not always good, but. So I thought this was a really nice way to connect. And then as I was thinking about, okay, ceremony heals, but what if I don't have access to ceremony, right? I didn't grow up in ceremony. I was really disconnected. We had some traumatic things growing up that disconnected us in different ways. And so I'm like, okay, I have to make a return to ceremony. If you want to go to the next slide. And I started thinking, okay, a return to ceremony. What does that look like for someone like me, who didn't grow up in that way, right? And so I thought about, okay, maybe engaging in ceremony is on a continuum. There's individual things that we can do in our day-to-day, right? Maybe getting up with the sun, greeting the sun. I've been taught to introduce myself now to the lands and waters when I visit a new place, right? Those are things you can do individually, but then there's those community things that you can engage in as well. And so there's a continuum of that. And any one individual practice can be kind of taken and applied to that group context to support community or to support that relationality. So when I think about ceremony being on a continuum, I think about how I was taught to greet the lands and waters, as I said, and then when I think about that in a group context, during No DAPL, I was in graduate school, and I remember feeling like a lot of negative emotions around seeing people, my people that look like me, on the television, and lots of violence happening and all this stuff, and hearing about it from my family, and eventually I was able to go, but before that, being able to engage in a water ceremony that a Native elder led in Colombia, where I was at the time, and how that was really healing for me. Many people gathered to kind of acknowledge the water and help heal from it and ask for strength and continuing to resist, the destruction of the land. And so just thinking back to how important that was and how that falls on that continuum of ceremony. So really, for me, mindfulness then becomes ceremony, right? Mindfulness is turning back to our traditional and our ancestral practice, our ceremonial ways of being, remembering and reclaiming and calling forward these ways so that we can integrate them into our modern world and our modern lives. So I'm really trying to be somewhere on the continuum every day, and I think one thing that I really wanted to share is I have a medicine pouch underneath here, and I made it myself, and it was the first time I ever did that. And it was Dustina Gill who invited me to make this medicine pouch, and it's something that really means a lot to me, and so I try to carry it where I am, wherever I go. And the reason it means so much is I feel like she gifted me individual gift of being able to engage in ceremony, right? So when I go and I can do offerings now and I have somewhere to put that medicine, that was really powerful for me, right? And so I think also on this continuum is thinking about how you can gift your knowledge of ceremony or individual mindfulness practices to other folks who might also benefit from those. Oh, and then I just want to make a comment about the picture. I try to incorporate this picture in any slide deck that I create. This is my dog, Miko, and he's been with me through all of graduate school, so he's seen a lot. He's 11 years old. So he's a little bit on the older side for a dog, but he jumps around still, and the vet says he's good. But he's standing in the waters of Bemidji Gamog, which is in Bemidji up north, and I was there for visiting Mark Standing Eagle Bays, and so I was kind of telling him we're jumping in the water, and I got this really cool picture of my dog, and so he told me a story about how the Anishinaabe healers and kind of important people within that culture would go and bless themselves in that water. And so again, just thinking about how listening to what's happening around you, right? I felt like Miko was kind of showing me, come back to this, like the water can heal as well. And so I like to include that for that reason. But Chelsea Luger and Thosh Collins, talk a lot about, we've always had ceremony in our cultures, and we always will continue to have that. So mindfulness, colonization, as Michael Yellowbird kind of talked about in the short video that I showed you just a little bit ago, was really instrumental in many of the things that we see, right? The impacts of the things that we see today, especially on our mindfulness or our contemplative practices today. We had ceremonial songs that were outlawed, dances, and he talks about how that all has an effect on hope and happiness and purpose. And then we can also assume that had effect because of that and an impact on our identity and our relationships to land, right? And so I'm now thinking about a return to ceremony is also decolonization. And when I think about decolonial work and kind of who's writing and who's thinking about that, I think about Waziatowe. So I think y'all are probably all familiar with her. And she's written some with Michael Yellowbird, and they talk about the intelligent, calculated, and active resistance to the forces of colonialism that perpetuate the subjugation and our exploitation of our minds, bodies, and lands. And so they really emphasize this idea of decolonizing our mind. And when I kind of dug into that a little bit more, because as a graduate student, when I was learning about decolonization, I was like, okay, it's land. It's really focused on the land, right? So then I had that in my mind that, okay, land. How could I kind of contribute to these practices and land back and all those things? But then when I read about, if you want to go to the next slide, when I read about, again, Yellowbird's and Waziatowe's work, they talk about neurodecolonization. And I was like, what's this word? I don't know it. And when I was reading about it, it refers to how the human brain functions in a colonial situation, and how specific activities, mindfulness, the mindful eating, whatever it may be, can change your neural networks, the really important connections in your brain, to enable you to kind of overcome the effects of colonization. And so I thought that was really interesting because I love that it's specific to the experiences that indigenous communities and peoples have had, right? And because when you think about the mindfulness or the wellness industry, oftentimes it's like people telling you self-care, go to yoga, do all these really expensive things that not everyone has access to. And so when I read this, it felt more accessible and specific to our people. And it's not that you can't use modern, mindfulness practices, but that's really kind of a springboard into more of these return to ceremony or connection back to those traditional indigenous contemplative practices. So the goal of neurodecolonization is to encourage growing new beneficial brain networks. And so again, he goes into the anatomy of the brain and is highly educated in that and does a lot of really cool brain scans and things. I'd encourage you to check them out. But that work has shown that if we engage in these different mindfulness practices, whether traditional or more modern, it enables us to be more optimistic in our thinking. And I think that the speaker before me was kind of talking about all the amazing benefits of that. But he talks specifically about, with that optimism, being able to overcome some of that colonial oppression, right, that is in our minds, and developing the courage to confront it, developing the courage to kind of cultivate language around it, and being able to name it, and creatively kind of approaching it in a new way, right, and approaching this idea of decolonization in a new way. So I really like this idea of like neurodecolonization. It starts with our mind, right? Because our behaviors really follow kind of what we think, and vice versa. So there's that relationship there. Okay, next slide. And sorry if I'm going a little fast. I know there's a speaker at 1:30, so I want to make sure there's enough time for a transition. But when I was thinking about what would be helpful for people to maybe walk away with, I came up with just some questions about how do I incorporate, this into my day-to-day. What if I don't have time? What if this? What if that? And so I started thinking about silence, and thinking about we can ask ourselves, where are the moments in our lives where there is silence naturally? And how can we kind of take advantage of that? So I talked about on the way here, turning off my podcast and sitting in silence and maybe doing some affirmations. But also, is there a way you can create like visual silence? So maybe you're sitting at a desk all day, or you have you're sitting in front of a computer for your work or something. Is there a way you can maybe clear your desk and create at least visual silence for a little bit for yourself? Maybe turn your monitor off and be able to be in that present moment. Or maybe you're waiting in line at the grocery store, and can you put your phone in your pocket and just kind of observe and be in that moment, right? So taking advantage of just the day-to-day silences that already exist. I thought this was really cool, the second point where you can ask, what are your consistent routines in the day? When I was reading that ceremony chapter by Chelsea Luger, she talks about mindfully applying your skincare. And I thought that was a really cool idea of like, I try to do it fast in the morning, right, so I can get to class so I can teach, but slowing down, waking up a little bit earlier, slowing down and taking my time to actually, put my cream on, whatever I'm doing, and think about what I'm doing, and feel how my skin feels, and all of those things, I think is a nice way to think about slowing down those routines that I do every day, but they exist for me there. And then another idea that I thought that she had that I thought was really, really wonderful was thinking about how you create ceremony for your family. And one of the examples she gave was they do a winter count I think in the winter, winter count, and they have their kids kind of draw on this, I think it's a piece of paper or something like that every year at the end of the year, draw something that represents something that happened in their family. And then every year they kind of add to it, and then over the years they can kind of see, this is the journey that our family takes. And so, that's something maybe you would do with a larger community, but they were able to kind of make that as part of their family or familial ceremony, which I thought was really, really beautiful. And then, that got me thinking about, okay, maybe a garden plot is something that you can kind of turn into a ceremony where maybe you're taking care of the plants with other folks in your neighborhood, and you're doing it at a certain time of the year, and maybe it marks, the end or start of a particular year, right? So kind of thinking about those things a little bit more. And then I know Ella kind of commented on technology, and I feel the same way. And I think it's important to recognize that I think a lot of young people and people like myself are learning things from TikTok and stuff, and so technology can be helpful, and so I don't think there's a shame in having technology be kind of a support or a guide in some of this reclaiming and remembering. And I wanted to share an example of something that was shared on TikTok from a Cree scholar. Her name's Carly Fellner. And I thought it was just a beautiful way to remind myself how to kind of connect back and be more mindful. You might have to click
I really
that.
started learning about Indigenous psychologies. I remember attending a workshop on decolonizing mental health. In that workshop, Gordon Briere talked about how when you're having a really hard time, go to a tree, find a tree, talk to the tree, let the tree know what's going on with you. Sit at the base of the tree, allow the tree to help you with whatever it is you're experiencing. I remember that being the thing that stood out to me the most from that workshop. It was the first time I had been introduced to the idea of the land as the therapist. And as the land being a place that we can go for help with mental health when we need it. Not too long after that workshop, I was experiencing a lot of grief. I had a lot of tears coming out, and I remembered Gord Brier's words, find a tree. I sat at the base of that tree and I just allowed that tree to help me with what I was going through in that moment. And it helped. So if you're having a hard time and it feels right to do so, find a tree. Let that tree help you with whatever you're having a hard time with. They can be pretty amazing therapists.
So again, that's Carly Fellner. She's a Cree scholar. She used to be an academic, but then kind of recently, I think, transitioned back to her community. So does a lot of community-based psychology stuff. And so she has some really great videos, and I just wanted to share that as kind of like a resource if folks, are on social media and want to kind of fill their feeds with something that feels nourishing. She has some other cool videos about water and how you can engage and talk to water and in your day-to-day life. And so I really appreciate her for sharing those things. So I think I have maybe a couple more slides if you want to go to the next one. I just wanted to kind of say something about restraint. And I got this from, again, the Seven Circles book. Chelsea talks about restraint in terms of appropriation and that sort of thing. And when we think about mindfulness and kind of where it came from, much of it is kind of linked to the practice of yoga. And we know that that was appropriated from Indian folks. And so thinking about moving forward when we're engaging in a ceremony or thinking about those things that for like non-native folks, that thinking about how you incorporate your own practices rather than appropriating things, right? And so, and this is something that I have to think about a lot for myself as someone who comes from a background where it's multiple native cultures and trying to figure out, okay, which practice or teaching do I keep because it is part of my heritage and which do I not and which do I listen, right? And so things like what plants are native maybe to where your family came from in Europe, right? I've seen some posts about like juniper and using those sorts of things instead of harvesting sage, right? And saving that for people who need it for their ceremonies. Or, how does your culture even view suffering? I know some cultures, when they think about like mindfulness and therapy and those things, it's like the focus is to eliminate suffering. But there are other cultures that really value that and feel that you have to go through some degree of suffering in order to kind of come out the other side in better shape. And so really kind of thinking about critically, what is your culture's relationship to that? And then you can also ask other things about, how am I critically consuming media? Because we have access to so many, teachings and people sharing stuff, being really mindful about, again, what are you taking away and what is yours to share and what is not? And then even thinking about the words that we use. So, a lot of Native people will use like ancestor or elder or things like that, and thinking about if that is part of the language that you would use, or is there a different word that kind of represents something a little bit better? And again, as a Native person, especially in the Twin Cities where there's lots of different indigenous cultures represented, thinking really mindfully about how do I engage in restraint, and maybe sometimes I'm just the observer or the listener, but I'm not practicing because it's not appropriate. I don't know if we have time for the last video, but I did include a video if anyone wants the slides. It's just a mindful meditation about thinking about the four directions, but then also the people that have kind of guided you to be where you are. But for sake of, I want to be able to have the other speaker transition nicely up here, so I'll skip that for now, and then I'll just go to the resources page. I just wanted to share a couple books. So the first 3 books I really pulled from to help kind of support this presentation, and then the fourth one there I think is a really nice like easy, kind of accessible book that talks about how we be in better relationship with one another, and just has some really good, like direct hands-on practices about how we can kind of move in our day-to-day life. And then those first 2 are have some really nice activities, both for like focus on communities and focus on individuals for how do you decolonize in these various ways. And so I think they're super helpful guided activities. So I appreciate your attention. I hope there was something helpful that you could take away, and I'm happy to answer questions, or you feel free to email me. I have my email up there as well. So thank you.
Okay, before we get into our next speaker here, starting in a little bit, I need a volunteer. I got a prize for a volunteer. Surprise in there too. It's a little gift bag. All right, we got a volunteer. Okay, so what we're going to do, whenever the ladies over there are ready, finding my song. You ready?
Sure. As long as I don't have to sing.
All right.
And let me know what your struggles are.
Okay, so what we're going to do is I'd like everybody to, wait, not yet. Not yet, guys. Not yet. We're going to set the scene here. Okay, everyone, we've been sitting, we've been listening, we've been learning all morning, so let's wake up our bodies and our minds. If everyone would please stand where you are, we're going to do a quick, fun movement break, and there's no dance skills required. You just follow along to our model here, and we're going to have fun. So, ready for it. Ready for the music. Okay, so.
It might seem crazy what I'm about to say. Sunshine, she's here. You can
Come on, everyone, let's move it. We're clapping to the beat.
I'm a hot air balloon that could go to space.
Going up and then going down.
With the air, like I don't care, baby, by the way. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because
Good one.
clap along if you
Lift those knees a little higher with each beat.
Here come bad news, talking this and that.
Yeah.
Well, give me your
Turn to someone and give them a high five. Wave at someone across the room.
just fine. No offense to you.
Okay, we're all going to raise our hands
Here's why.
and bring them down like confetti for the last 10 seconds.
Feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth.
We're making confetti and we're bringing it down. Come on, guys, let's see some movement. Okay, now let's freestyle. Everybody, show your moves.
That's what you want to do.
Come on, show them moves.
Bring me down.
Shake it, shake it, shake it out, shake it out.
Love is too
Shake your hips,
bring me down. Can't
raise your arms,
bring me
raise those knees. Come on, everybody, let's get happy.
Bring me down.
Woo! Looking good out there. Who's not moving? Everyone's got to be moving. Even if you're in your chair, do the chair dance. Feels good, don't it, to get that body moving? We've been talking all day about energy, releasing our trauma, releasing our pain, releasing our worries of the day. You want to just get happy.
Clap along if you
Come on, shake those hips. All right, everybody, is everybody woken up? Patricia, you missed the dance.
What happiness is to you. Clap along if you feel like that's
Awesome, guys. Thank you so much. Give yourself a round of applause. Woo! Oh, you get a free gift. And to our volunteer, thank you so much, you guys. Oh, that was a good one. Now we're all awake, we're moved around, and we're ready for our next speaker. In the meantime, let's see, we have a few minutes. So doing a survey in a program book, remember in your, there's that little card. Don't forget to write, what is your dream for children in the community? And then also use your phone to get that QR code that's in your booklet, and you could fill out that survey for the program. Otherwise, at the table, there's a copies of the program survey that you could fill out. So they kind of want to collect that information from everybody. So those are a few things that we'd like you to do. And right now I'd like to introduce our next speaker. Willow, are you here? Oh, sorry. I'm looking out. Willow, where are you? All right, this is our next speaker this afternoon. We welcome Willow His Many Lightnings. She is a Sistenwapton Oyate tribal member from Buffalo Lake District. Willow was raised in Dakota Wichoha, immersed in the Dakota language and the Wachipi Circle, Powwow Circle, and also proudly served 4 years in the United States Navy. She is raising her young son with those same cultural teachings. Willow is pursuing a degree in human development and family science and is certified in several family and classroom-based parenting approaches. She is dedicated to serving all the parents, the caregivers, and an early childhood educators through the work that she does. Please join me in welcoming Miss Willow His Many Lightnings.
Okay. Wopita Crystal. So, Hamidakiapi, Willow Tawakahari Ota Ewichakiapi, Hunkake Wichawaye, Jodi Gadani Tawakahari Ota Ewichakiapi, Cha Oana Sabre Euntahampi, Ia Sha Otue Ed Mayuhapi, Ga Dedichach Mayapi. Chinkshi wa bruhe wania tu zapta henakja. Hokshidagde ichachwaye chuha tiwahe mitao omakia piche kaija ichachya piche. We chashta we chochaki ostorwayeshni naka adewaye unspeke kieche. So, like I said, my name's Willow His Many Lightnings. My parents are Jody and Donnie His Many Lightnings. We're from Buffalo Lake. I was born in Pipestone, Minnesota, and they raised me here on Swole. I have one son. He's 5 years old. He's in kindergarten. We just started kindergarten. And my family helps me in raising him. And then I just mentioned how I don't know the man's way of living, and so my dad teaches him that. But I just want to say wopita to ECIP for putting this on. This has been really amazing, this conference, the first of its kind in our community. So I'm really, really excited that we are all here together today. And I just want to mention about the previous presenters and thank them. They really set up my presentation nicely. They really laid the foundation. If everyone was here for the first one, Dr. Bruce Perry, a lot of what I guess I'll get into that a little bit later, but he really lays the foundation of the brain body part of things for my presentation. And then the other presenters, they also talked a lot about like historical trauma, intergenerational trauma, stuff like that. So I'm not going to get too deep onto that stuff, but I'll jump into what I'm presenting about. But yeah, let me see if this works. Can hardly see it. So, of course, as Dakota people, we recognize the lasting impacts of colonization, government policies, and much more, and also how the intentional dismantling of our kinship teachings continues to be felt in our parenting styles, our coping mechanisms, and our relationships within our Tuahe, Tioshpe, the Oyate, our community. Of course, everyone talked so well about that, the previous presenters. So these historical and intergenerational traumas have disrupted our traditional parenting knowledge and practices that once supported the well-being of our children, families, and community. And of course, today, Indigenous communities are actively working to revitalize those traditional parenting practices that foster healthy child development, with the focus on the crucial role of the family, the extended family, and the community in raising children. So it's called historical trauma, as if it occurred so long ago, right? But we know this is very present. For example, in my family's experience, my grandparents were raised in boarding school. Therefore, my parents were raised by parents who attended boarding school or survived boarding school. Well, on my mom's side, it was her grandma, so my great-grandma was the one in boarding school, but that's who raised my mom for a good portion of the first part of her life. So therefore, I have found it essential to really acknowledge the strength of the previous generations who acted with the best available resources. I believe a presenter earlier kind of said what I have in mind about we all do the best we can with what we have. And then their contributions, sorry. It's hard to see it, sorry. But their contributions within their roles and their responsibilities in our Tuahe, Tioshpe, and in the community are appreciated, deeply appreciated, and ongoing. So in my parenting groups that I do with families, and then mostly now just programs with the early educators, one of the skills we focus on is reflection. And so reflection, like I said, it's been commonly practiced in my work with programs to acknowledge the history of our people and then, of course, our family line through the lens of compassion and understanding, which are central Dakota values. So through our reflecting, all of our reflections when we come together, the aim is not to shame or blame ourselves or anyone, but to recognize and explore alternative parenting practices or approaches. So we know that awareness is the catalyst for change and healing, right? So as we begin to learn what children need for healthy outcomes, it's important to remember that perfection is not the goal. I remember when I was learning a lot about parenting and child development, brain development, and everything that Dr. Bruce Perry was talking about earlier, I was like, oh no, what did I do? Like thinking about trying to reflect back on my son's early experiences, and of course some of that parental guilt might come up, and I had my son through COVID times. He was a COVID baby, right? And so that was really isolated. It was a really isolated time. But I try to bank on the fact that I breastfed, and we co-slept. So it was like, yeah, that was a lot of connection, right? A lot of filling his connection cup. And so in my work with families, we talk about that, like perfection is unattainable, and especially in parenting, even though that's such a great responsibility to raise these little ones. So yeah, there's no such thing as a perfect parent or a perfect human. And in our work, the research is suggesting that the good enough parenting or caregiving is meeting children's relational needs at least 30% of the time. Is that good enough, right? And that messaging or knowing that can really help to alleviate caregiver stress and pressure. Sorry, I keep forgetting to switch slides. Any pressure that we, as parents may oftentimes feel. And of course, just like in my parenting groups, I always remind everybody that, like, yes, that message is very hopeful, but it does not imply complacency. So, like, we're not clocking out on them as soon as we meet their 30% of their relational needs or anything. But it does acknowledge that on the days that we do have less to give, that it's okay. And so in recent years, I have been learning a lot from elders and aunties and different relatives. And my visits with them have revealed so much about traditional Dakota parenting practices. And so between, that was a little too far. Oops. Oh, that went really far. Here we are. So between elder sessions and going to Opari and visit with different elders, both in my community and Wipazuko Akpa, Sioux Valley, Manitoba, the learning has really guided me in my parenting, but also my work with programs. And so some of the main takeaways are teachings around, of course, we know the way in which we cherish children. They're here to teach us, and it's one of the greatest blessings in life. And there was also an emphasis on the way in which we support the bond between the mother and her child as early as when baby is in mom's belly, with connection and co-regulation seen as vital for raising healthy children. During a visit, one of the elders was talking about how one of the most important things as a Dakota is connection. So connection to ourselves, each other, the natural world, our spirituality, and so much more. And another elder had built upon this idea, relating it to the connection between a mother and her baby, saying the phrase, "Owungyayekte." And she described these Dakota words by saying, "My energy is going to transfer to you," as in mother's energy is going to transfer to baby. And Enunkana added a story to explain this idea further, saying that if dad is mad at mom and mom is sad, baby will also feel that sadness. So although it is not common practice to seek outside validation in support of Dakota teachings, there is current research that backs this idea, suggesting that if we are within close enough proximity to one another, our nervous systems can sync up. And I believe Dr. Bruce Perry was talking a little bit about that earlier. And it's a survival skill. So humans, we have this ability to read another human, right? So it's basically our body's way of saying, like, is it okay to connect with this person, or should I protect myself? And that's a common idea amongst Dakotas, right? That we're deeply connected in this way. It's spiritual. So, and then we have like a special knack for this connection, and as some people call it, intuition. But one of my grannies said to be thankful for those gut feelings, as that was our helpers putting those feelings in us to protect us. And actually in Dr. Bruce Perry's book titled What Happened to You, which I believe there's copies over there, he mentions a phrase in that book that stuck with me, suggesting that there is an emotional tone of a room, highlighting our sensitivity to others' emotional states. So for example, we can feel when we're welcomed into a school or our classrooms or a program, right? We can sense that. And we also might be able to tell when someone might be feeling sad or having anxiety. I'm sure you guys can probably feel my anxiety right now. Or maybe people feeling stress, we might be able to tell that. And my mom, she oftentimes reminds me of teachings about being mindful of our own energy, as that will affect our children and their behaviors and their feelings. So it's important to understand that when we as caregivers feel stressed, it will be felt by our children and the children in our care. Children, they depend on us for safety, right? So they're checking in with us a lot more than we might realize. But also the same goes for when we feel calm. So in the field, they call this like catching your calm. So when children are having big feelings and a caregiver with a calm, regulated nervous system is there with them, helping them in their big feelings, children can start to come down from those big feelings in the presence of a calm, confident caregiver. And we talk about that a lot and how that translates into like a classroom in my parenting groups with early educators. The next thing that I want to talk about is something that I found extremely valuable throughout my time visiting with elders and different relatives. And it's something that's so simple, yet so profound. And that's something that I like to call Dakota listening skills. So my transition into motherhood really helped me to become a lot more intentional with my healing journey. I just knew that I wanted to be the mom that Michinkshi, my son, needed to be healthy, or needed to be healthy. And as Dakotas, I'm sure we've all heard our relatives talk about our children are here to teach us, and they teach us so much. And then, of course, as a parent, we know that once we begin our parenting journey that they do exactly that. My older cousin would say that our children hold up a mirror to us to show us all the unhealed parts of us, right? So again, like I said, upon becoming more intentional with my healing journey, it caused me to become more observant during my visits with elders and my aunties and the different relatives. And I started paying closer attention to the way in which they listened. And one of my friends from Wipazoko Akpa, Sioux Valley, taught me that a lot of Dakota communication is nonverbal. As I was telling my son to say wopira to her after she got him a snack. And she mentioned that having to say wopira, wopira, or ha after everything wasn't necessary in Dakota, explaining that she knows he was grateful by the way he grabbed that snack or that juice or whatever it was. And she saw the happy look on his face and his body language, and that's what told her he was grateful. And yeah, so that's just highlighting how in Dakota, it's, a lot of communication can be nonverbal. And so for Dakotas, it's a sign of respect not to look directly in someone's eyes when they're sharing, right? And they're also very skilled at showing what's called affect. They have this facial expression that showed that they were listening, or they're thinking really hard about what someone was sharing or the questions that someone was asking. My aunties and my kushis, they also gave the occasional sound as someone was sharing, just to acknowledge that they're following what was being shared and they're still listening, like actively listening. And a lot of the time, they give long pauses after someone shares. And oftentimes today, we might want to fill these awkward silence moments, but those quiet moments are so important. The things that need to happen are happening in our bodies and our brains. And certain sorry, I can barely see the screen there. There you go. And certain Dakota cultural practices emphasize the importance of silence, of just being, right? And these pauses, they could last anywhere from a few moments to waiting a couple of days before they respond to you, the elders and the aunties, right? Because sometimes they need to think on it, they need to sleep on it, or pray about it in order to give a well thought out response. And I just want to highlight or take a moment to think about that. Like, what a beautiful gift that is to have someone care so deeply about what you shared, and to take this much consideration in their response. That was super respectful, right? So in my experience with my aunties, they don't jump in and give me solutions, or they're not trying to fix anything for me. They always have this welcoming and non-judgmental, nonverbal cues, and I can feel and sense how safe I am to turn to them with anything. And to experience being seen, felt, and heard in this way is exactly what we need as humans, right? And Dr. Bruce Perry and everyone else that presented talked so well about that. Yeah, like, we're relational beings and we need each other to survive. Again, we're just wired to connect in this way. And in my parenting groups, I like to say that connection is a basic need for children, just as important as food and shelter. So we need to connect and be in relationship to survive and thrive. Which leads me to my next topic. Which is something that I absolutely love talking about with elders and the aunties, and that is the way in which we cared for our babies. So if you see pictures of our Wia ancestors, you oftentimes see them with a baby wrapped on their back in a blanket, right? And so when I asked Akushi how we wrap our babies, she just went like this. So that was what I got from that. But she, I asked another one of my aunties. She called this bebenaki. That's those words you see up there. Oh no, the picture ain't on there. Whoops. You might have to click it again. Well, there was pictures on there. Sorry about that. But she called this like the practice of baby wearing. The pictures were just of some ancestors, some Wia ancestors that had babies wrapped in blankets on their back. But Dakotas, we wear our babies for safety and convenience, as well as to maintain that close connection with baby. My auntie explained that moms, especially new moms, might have a lot of worries or anxieties. And so wearing baby as they go throughout the tasks of their day gives baby and mom good feelings. And so being wrapped and worn on their caregiver allows baby to feel safe and snug, reminding them of being in their mother's womb. So when babies, or as we've learned earlier, anyone at any age, when we feel safe and secure, that's when learning can take place. So again, I'm reiterating a lot of what Dr. Bruce Perry said, but we don't have access to the part of the brain that allows us to learn and take in new information when we don't feel safe, right? So that, what he was talking about in his upside down triangle, that top part of the brain, so that thinking part of the brain kind of will go offline. Therefore, when baby gets to feel safe and secure as they're tightly wrapped on their warm caregiver, they are able to start learning and practicing those skills like observation, listening skills, and mindfulness as they use their senses to be aware of their surroundings. And these skills will be carried with them into toddlerhood and throughout their lives. I know the teachers like hearing that one about hearing listening skills and toddlerhood in the same spiel, but as mentioned before, Dakota teachings emphasize the power of connection and kinship, and so that close connection to a caregiver is a basic need, like I said, for children. And then like Dr. Bruce Perry was saying, those early relational experiences of connection and nurturance has significant impact on their future well-being, to include their physical, social, and emotional health. And babies, they develop the ability to regulate their bodies by being able to hear their caregiver's heartbeat, to hear their breathing when they're being worn by their caregivers. And this can be called like co-regulation. So co-regulating and being with a baby provides the same benefits to the brain as food does for the body. So connection and relationship serve as essential nutrients for the brain. Bebenaki, or baby wearing, was done for the first few years of a child's life or until they could walk long distances. So if today the research is telling us or suggesting that meeting children's relational needs or filling their connection cup is vital for healthy outcomes, imagine how wearing a baby for most of the day throughout their first years of life can influence their healthy development. And so Dakota parenting practices emphasizing close connection and kinship predate attachment theory, but align with its principles and both foster secure attachments and child well-being. I think the slideshow needs internet. I think that's why it's not popping up. But we'll just keep going. So going forward into toddlerhood and preschool age, I learned that discipline for children in this age range was traditionally almost non-existent. Children were very much indulged in, and their needs were almost immediately met so that they wouldn't have to cry. In an elder session, in Unkana, he talked about how at Hana times we didn't used to get after our kids. He said that kind of came later, even those Dakota words like hechushni, like that. He said those kind of came later. So in regard to discipline, he said usually the grandparents would tell iktomi stories before bed. And we know how iktomi stories sometimes seem as though they end abruptly, or basically the storyteller isn't telling you the moral of the story or what you should learn from it or take from it. He explained that his grandparents would sometimes retell the same story over and over, night after night. And he would be thinking really hard about what he was supposed to learn in that story until he fell asleep each night. Eventually, after hearing it a few times, he was able to learn something from it. And so this way of disciplining our children is in alignment with today's parenting recommendations as far as approaches that are based on attachment theory. And it's important to understand that the word discipline literally just means to teach. So by disciplining our children through storytelling, we are able to build our children's cognitive skills, or that thinking part of the brain, that what Dr. Daniel Siegel calls like the upstairs brain. The way Dr. Bruce Perry explained it was that upside down triangle, whereas Dr. Daniel Siegel calls it the downstairs brain and the upstairs brain. And so the thinking part of the brain, like mentioned earlier, contains critical thinking skills, decision-making skills, self-control, regulating emotions, memory, morals and values, and so much more. But storytelling is key in developing these skills in Dakota children. So cherishing, listening, respecting, and teaching are just some of the ways that we continue to support the healthy development in our children. Of course, today, there are many different ways that we are revitalizing traditional parenting practices. And in my previous role in SWO Project Indigenous Launch, our infant and early childhood mental health consultant introduced us to a professional development opportunity, which was the Circle of Security Parenting Program. Can't see my picture there, but it's like a model, the model they use in their parenting program, where it's just like a circle. So the caregiver, it shows the caregiver as hands on the circle, and it shows kids going out to explore, so us being their secure base that they feel safe enough to go explore and learn and have so many needs on the top of the circle, and then they come back in on the bottom of the circle when their cup is empty or they have needs, right? So then we're also the safe haven that welcomes them back in. And so with Circle of Security Parenting is a program that's deeply rooted in over like 6 decades of attachment research. And so attachment just meaning the emotional bond that forms between two people, so the relationship. Therefore, it's a relationship-based caregiver reflection program, sometimes referred to as the owner's manual written by children. And so this program uses the picture that I wish was showing a visual roadmap to really understand and respond to children's relational needs. And so the goal of this program is to enhance secure attachment in the child-caregiver relationship. And the program is carefully designed to be facilitated in group settings over 8 weeks, meeting once a week, about an hour and a half each week, as it takes time to build those reflection skills and perspective-taking skills and so much more that we work on in the class. Our iLaunch team, or our team at iLaunch, participated in the facilitator training, and we quickly discovered the value in this curriculum. And so when we did any type of conference or professional development training, we check in as a team afterwards to debrief. So we just talk about the training, our takeaways, what we learned, reflect on it together. And we collectively agreed that the Circle of Security parenting training was transformative and really helped to shift our perspectives. And anyone who works with young children should have access to this training. And so we began meeting with as many programs that were willing to have a conversation with us about this professional development opportunity. And so iLaunch successfully trained 17 people from 7 different programs, enhancing their work with young children and families. And then that's when I began my facilitation journey in Circle of Security and parenting groups with parents and caregivers in the community. And I completed 6 groups, totaling in 21 participants in the parenting version of this program. And so in collaboration with iLaunch's evaluation team from Brazelton Touchpoint Center, they assisted us in data collection. So we disseminated pre and post surveys before and after each class to kind of get feedback from the community members on how it was being received. And this allowed us to better understand if the curriculum was actually a good fit for the community. And it wasn't just us that found it beneficial. And so here are some of the results. I hope it shows. So this is just some of the, we took both quantitative and qualitative data, but this is some of the quotes that were shared by the open-ended questions we asked the participants. And this is just from the parenting version. And I wasn't able to get a hold of because we also give a relationship scale that measures pre-closeness and pre-conflict versus post-conflict and post-closeness, as far as what the caregivers are reporting, how they view their relationship with the children, their children, and the children in their care. And so, building on this foundation, I pursued another training as a Circle of Security Parenting Classroom Approach facilitator. And so, Circle of Security Parenting Classroom Approach is trauma sensitive, it's research-based, and is included in the Office of Head Start compendium of approved parenting interventions. And the classroom approach focuses on developing the relational capacity of teachers. It's not a new curriculum that teachers have to implement. Circle of Security is more so just a way of being. And then children who can experience secure relationship with a trustworthy adult learn relationship capacities that they will carry with them. Capacities for positive relationships, emotional regulation, executive functions, and other capacities that accompany security, like trust and cooperation and patience. And so in this class, we focus on the relationship and not behavior management. One of the goals of this program is a perspective shift from what's wrong with this child to what is this behavior telling us? What does this child need, right? One more slide. Okay. And so Circle of Security interventions are trauma sensitive, and they can play an integral part in helping create trauma-informed care for our systems. And so up on this slide here are just some of the ways that this trauma-informed care, that what makes these approaches trauma-informed care. So supporting children and families experiencing trauma by strengthening their relationship as a parenting curriculum, and then building resilience for young children as a mental health intervention. And it can strengthen student-teacher relationships as a professional development model, increases safe and nurturing and committed relationships in learning environments, and then it also fosters collegial support amongst the staff in a school, in a program. And this helps to reduce burnout and turnover, which we know can be high in those early childhood serving programs. So in a study in one community, they did pre and post surveys, and this is all on Circle of Security's, what they did with the classroom approach when they kind of piloted it. They measured teacher-student relationship scales, and they found that teachers with Circle of Security rated an increase in closeness with children with more adversity, whereas the teachers without Circle of Security decreased their closeness with children with high adversity. And one teacher stated that the training has helped me to build a better relationship with my children, especially the ones that I had a difficult time connecting with. And so they also found that teachers' depression levels decreased, their stress levels decreased, and their competency and self-efficacy increased. And so teachers typically gain confidence in their abilities to build relationships with children from this training. And as we're learning, like Dr. Bruce Perry was saying earlier, relationship is everything. But it's also the quality of that relationship, right? And this is where this kind of comes in, at least in my perspective. And so Circle of Security expresses the idea that attachment or relationship is not separate from learning. It's the very foundation that makes learning possible. And these are some quotes from their website that I wanted to throw on here, talking about the importance of the relationship in the classroom. So by investing in the quality of classroom relationships, we see improvements in both teacher well-being and in the learning and developmental outcomes for children, right? Because like we said earlier, in order to learn, we have to feel safe, and that requires a relationship with your teacher, right? To feel safe and connected to a big adult so you can learn and explore in your classroom. And I believe that last quote on there is Dr. Bruce Perry's from an article on the website, and he talks about how these early relational experiences impact community health over time. And so following the ending of the iLaunch grant, we sustained those Circle of Security parenting services in the community through our partnership with ECIP, with Charnel Gill. And so ECIP provided these services to the Tribal Head Start, and then Ihampi Jikjistina, so Little Steps Tribal Child Care, through offering this classroom approach training for not only the early educators, but also the administrative staff. And I was able to facilitate 2 groups at Ihampi Jikjistina and 2 groups at the Tribal Head Start and Early Head Start. And the Tokunoa FACE program and their Head Start teacher was also able to attend those groups with the Tribal Head Start. And then furthermore, ECIP allowed me to take the classroom coach training. So that basically helps put theory into practice from the learning from that group into the classroom. So through our collaboration with Charnel at ECIP, we had 33 participants finish the classroom approach training. And here's some of the data. I hope this shows up, guys. Here's some of the data. Oh, yay, the picture is showing that we that we collected from the pre and post surveys. And this is basically showing the pre-conflict and pre-closeness versus the post-conflict. And it kind of looks misleading, but I could not figure out how to get the pre and post to go together because the changes is real slight, if you can notice. But I couldn't, Canva, I don't know. I think we have a couple more to look at. Because the qualitative data that we also catch, here's some of the quotes that parents shared. And as a facilitator, this stuff makes me so emotional to read their feedback. I can't read it from here, but I'll just give you guys a minute. And then there's one more. And I think the one on the top in the middle, when they said it made it easier to work here, that was really powerful for me to hear because, like Dr. Bruce Perry was saying, they're so underpaid and yet they have the hardest job in the world in our community. I always tell them in groups that they're like our warriors. They're our frontline people that have, like I said, the hardest job in the community. So that was really moving to read that. And while there was conversation about culturally adapting this curriculum, it was ultimately decided that it was not necessary as the curriculum is relationship-based in nature. And the emphasis on connection in this curriculum really reflects traditional Dakota ways of being. So as a Circle of Security parenting facilitator, I, of course, ensure fidelity to the curriculum while integrating relevant Dakota teachings and language and really try to reinforce the cultural significance of that content. So typically, I'll say the word or the Dakota words or teachings that go along with the content so that parents are learning the foundational concepts of traditional parenting practices as well as learning language throughout our time together. So this program is video-based and manual-based, and there's facilitator pauses. So I'll pause and ask, of course, the questions that they have me ask. as a facilitator, but I'm also like, and that's what this is in our culture, or that's what the Kushi say about this. And it's really, again, just in alignment. And the Aboriginals in Australia also strongly resonate with this curriculum. And they added to 2 of the handouts to better reflect their experience of caring for children as a community. And so I thought this would also resonate with us, as this is also our culture and way of thinking and knowing. I can't see it, but pretty sure it says like family and kinship, and then it says like the community, country, spirituality, and culture. And so the way that we are the hands on the circle for our children, how we're holding all their needs, in the same way, all of those things are holding us in that way. So our family, our support systems, our kinship structures, our spirituality, our culture, all those ways of being also hold us and help fill our cups, or help us too. And then there's one more, which I thought was really cool too. And these are all on their website too. And so they found those values important to highlight for their as caregivers, and how we respect them. And it talks about, in the section of respecting them, it talks about listening to them. I believe, I can't see it, so I'm just going off of memory right now. But it's, brings me back to the Dakota listening skills, that beautiful way of being that we have, of being with each other, and how powerful that is for our healing, and for, just being seen, felt, and heard. So the Circle of Security Parenting Program has resonated with our families, programs in our community, and participants still to this day frequently reach out to me and share about how the program has changed their relationship with their kids and their partners. So although Circle of Security Parenting groups are focused on young children, it translates to extend beyond early childhood, influencing professional interactions and relationships at all levels. So this broader applicability of this approach was highlighted in a conference that I virtually attended some years back, and they translated the whole visual model. I hope the picture shows, but for their supervisors and their employees, or the supervisor and employee relationship. Oh, yay, there it is. Okay, so this is the workplace model. So basically, this model shows how staff will essentially check in as a team, and the very important part of saying, like, how are you in a workplace, checking on your people. And then, of course, plan, organize work tasks, etc. And then the staff will sort of go out on the circle away from their supervisor, AKA like go throughout their work week and do their work, all that. And then however often, whether that's weekly that you guys check in with your supervisor or your programs, you come back in on the bottom of the circle, so to speak, in to your supervisor, and that circle continues. And so one of the points on there talks about like, welcome my coming to you when I've made a mistake. And so that trust and that relationship-based approach to professional spaces also applies. It's a relationship approach to supervising rather than a top-down approach. So it's more strengths-based to, I guess, come alongside one another and learn together and work together, which can be ultimately more productive for your program. And so this approach to facilitation, this is the approach to facilitation in Circle of Security Parenting as well. So rather than me coming in as an expert or, giving directions or whatever, I more so just come alongside in partnership with the staff. And so this style is very much ask, don't tell, which is similar to Dakota ways of parenting. I've heard that before, where parenting at Hana times, the younger children were asked, not told. And so today, in my work, it's important for me to keep that in mind, as every person is the expert on themselves. They're the expert on their children and the children that they care for in their classroom. And so the teachers are the ones that have the relationship with the children, and they know the children best. And in my experience, a good portion of the success of Circle of Security parenting and classroom approach in our community really stems from the importance of shared spaces for healing and connection. One elder expressed that around the 80s is when things started to shift from always being in community with one another to being more isolated and more focused on the nuclear family for many different reasons. And the example that he shared was that even back in the 40s, there was like 7 houses and agency, and every one of the adults in each of those homes took care of the kids that were around. So he talked about how he had like 10 moms and 10 dads. And the adults in these homes would call the kids in from playing, and they would wipe their faces and they'd feed them. And if it was getting too dark and the kids' walk home was too far away, they would make up a bed for them. And he talked about how everyone operated this way during that time. And he also expressed that he thought that in today's world it might not be safe to do those things. But he described people always feeding each other, and even if it was the last foods that they had to eat, that they'd insist on feeding you, and you couldn't refuse the food. You had to eat all the food on your plate. And so after talking about these stories, he concluded by saying, that's Dakota. He said these stories he shared speak to the kinship of, and like that closeness and the experience of being in close community with one another. And I think that that's why coming together in these parenting groups has been giving parents and educators a similar feeling of being in community, because these groups, they provide a unique opportunity to discuss parenting in a supportive and holding environment, fostering intergenerational dialogue. In my groups, there are participants from each of the generations. So we have Kushis in our groups, we have aunties, we have my generation, and we have some younger. And people from our generation get to hear the perspectives from the generation before us, and vice versa. And it's always a really powerful experience to kind of see the issues that maybe a Kushi is bringing to the group, or an auntie, and they talk about it with their adult children, but yet that same generation is also, those adults are in the group, and so they get to also hear that perspective, and vice versa. And it's almost like I can see things clicking for them, or the light bulbs going off, and again, those perspective taking skills that we're working on in Circle of Security or in groups together. So essentially, we're addressing intergenerational trauma and promoting healing. Hey, too fast. Nobody read that. Just kidding. It's not working. Okay, there we go. So parallel process is a key element of my facilitation approach, modeling the desired interactions between the parents, the participants, and the children in their care. So by providing a supportive, empathetic presence, or those Dakota listening skills, I encourage educators and parents to extend that same compassion to the children that they serve. And so what Circle of Security calls being with, or what I relate back to Dakota listening skills, is a way of being I model when a teacher is maybe sharing some stories about some struggles with a little one. Excuse me. And so I'm not jumping in to fix it or, give them a solution. Rather, I'm just giving them a pause or a moment to have their experience and their feelings of how tough it must be to handle the big emotions of these little ones, multiple little ones, day after day. And so this approach, along with many other skills practiced in Circle of Security parenting, really aim to create this ripple effect of positive change within our programs and our families and our community. So understanding parallel process is crucial because children are learning how to be in relationship by being in relationship with us as their caregivers, right? So that also means that they'll oftentimes take care of themselves how they see us take care of ourselves. So self-care is really paramount for facilitators, early educators, or anyone in the early childhood field or the helping, like the human services field. So prioritizing our own well-being is essential for effectively supporting others, right? So the phrase, "you can't pour from an empty cup," is something that I remind my participants of throughout our time together. And I point out that at times it may seem like children have a bottomless connection cup, a connection bucket, but we also, as adults, we have these connection needs, really no matter what age. So we also have to do things to fill our cup, everything that the previous presenters were talking about. And so practices such as breathing exercises, smudging, prayer, therapy, infant and early childhood mental health consultation, and other Dakota ways of being are integral to my self-care routine. And in conjunction, I had to throw this in there because Dr. Bruce Perry presented earlier, but in conjunction with our work in Circle of Security Parenting, we also conducted a book club on his book called What Happened to You during our time at iLaunch. And so we offered that book club to tribal employees as a professional development opportunity, and we received enough interest to host 2 book clubs, so that was really cool. And then a few of the participants from Circle of Security were able to attend that book club to really complement their learning from Circle of Security with that book. And then participants who completed Circle of Security parenting training, they also received that book as an incentive for taking that class or finishing the class. Okay. And so the value of a cultural lens in this work cannot be overstated, particularly when addressing the unique needs of our Dakota community. So by incorporating a Dakota facilitator, early childhood serving programs can really bridge critical gaps in understanding and delivering culturally responsive care. And Circle of Security parenting can serve as a valuable resource and a starting point to what they call like breaking cycles or, supporting healing. And again, this is enhanced by having a Dakota facilitator with the lived experience and Dakota way of being and knowing that can integrate these cultural teachings. It's so important. And yeah, I shared some more quotes up there for you guys to read, but these cultural values and traditional parenting practices that align with attachment theory or attachment-based parenting approaches, fostering kinship and healthy development for children, really help to promote these healthier outcomes for our little ones. And so that's pretty much all I have, but I did want to take a moment to give a couple of my participants, I know a lot of my participants are here, but I wanted to give them a moment to share. So from the classroom approach, I'll ask Nita Ray to share. Can I take this mic off? Just bring it to her? Okay, I'm gonna do it. I'm doing it. All right.
Okay, so I'm Nita Ray Jones, and I work with the FACE program, Family and Child Education Program. And we attended the Circle of Security as a team. And what I got out of it for myself is observation. observation of a child. She often talks about how their cup, love cup, is full or maybe isn't. So I take a look at them in the morning when I make a connection and see where they're at. Not just with being loved by their parent, but in general as a whole, how this child comes into school. By that time, it helps me to understand what they might need to fill their cup. And a lot of parents will say when I talk about this cup is, but I hug her, I kiss her, I hold her, she knows I love her. But love comes in many different ways. And that's something that they need to know. So we are fortunate where we get to work with our parents. Our parents are at school with us. So when we have a time of the day that's called pack time, parent and child together time, I often will just sit back and see how mom and baby react with each other, how they play with each other, how they may not play with each other. And at that time, I'm able to give the parents information and help them to work on different developmental things and work on, hey, maybe you can try it this way. I almost feel like the nanny sometimes, but parents are so much better nowadays with filling that cup of love, I gotta say, because of where I come from. When I was first started in a preschool environment, I had a child come up to me and said, "Teacher, I love you." My own mom never even said, "I love you." So as a teacher, you have to get used to that. You have to get used to young children seeing you for who you are and responding properly to that love. So not only do I help fill their cup, they help fill mine too.
I don't see my other participant that was going to share, but I mean, does anybody else want to share that took my class? That's okay. Does anybody have any questions? Thoughts? Okay, okay, pinami happy.
Just amazing to see hear about all this good work that our younger generation has going on with our families. It's beautiful work. So we're gonna go have a little break, but before we do that, I think we had I thought I had some drawing names. Uh-oh. But I'll get those drawing names and then the door prize drawings. But we'll take a little 10-minute break, and then we'll come back, and our final presentation will be in about 10 minutes. So it is. Come back about 2:40. I found my list. Okay, the winners of a gift bag is Lacey LaFramboise, Amanda Gill, Katrina Bars, you can go get a book choice, Elizabeth DeMars, you can get a book choice, and Gabrielle Nealon can get a book at the registration table. Lacey, Amanda, Katrina, Elizabeth, and Gabrielle. We have some more winners. Anita Ray, you can go up and get a gift for sharing. We thank you for that. Kim Lage, you won a door prize. You're going to be our next speaker, but you won a door prize, Kim. Lois Smith, you won a door prize. Katina Thompson. You won a door prize. Leah Agnew. You won a door prize. And Alicia Renville. You won a door prize. I think I got mine. Okay, we'll get ready and get back into our presentations with our final presenter for this afternoon. Our final presenter today is Kim Lage, who will guide us in exploring how nature nurtures children, helping them build a sense of identity and belonging through their interactions with the natural world. Please help me and we can welcome Kim.
Anin Boujou, are you able to hear me? I want to introduce myself and my tradition, and I am honored to be here. Truly am honored, and it's wonderful to see so many beautiful people here that work in the field of early childhood. Nindishkas, I am from the honored name of my grandmothers, Panashinekwe. And also, I have a birth certificate with the name on it of Kimberly Renee. And I am here representing Wabaganekag, White Earth. I come from the White Earth Nation. I think many of you have traveled around parts of Minnesota and know that, yeah, a lot of reservations in Minnesota, 11 tribes, 7 of the Ojibwa nations in Lakota Sioux. And so thank you for welcoming here to your lands. I so appreciate being invited. So I just want to start out with a quote. Am I able to move this? Yes, okay. Just want to start out here with a little quote, and just to help us start on this journey. We must teach our children to smell the earth, to taste the rain, to touch the wind, to see things grow, to hear the sun rise and the night fall. John Cleo. A connection with nature heals, inspires, entertains, educates us. Mindy Moye. In our language, that is old woman. That's me. I am the elder. My children call me grandma. Little girl in the class just the other day told another little girl, "That's my grandma." The little girl turns to me, she goes, "Are you her grandma?" I said, "Yes, I'm her grandma." The little girl that said that I was her grandma, she goes, "Yeah, she's my grandma." She was happy to make that connection with me, and I was more than happy to be there as a grandmother. The prophecies of our ancestors in the ways of life is to conduct the relationships in a natural way and with each other. It is here where we're honoring our ancestors and our children and our future and for the generations to come. What does our elders have to say today? What did our ancestors give us as a people of the earth? We know the modern world severs us in that connection of distancing us from the natural world, which we are intrinsically a part of. Let's touch on a little bit of that technology part. As you notice today, I didn't bring no PowerPoint. That's on purpose. The digital world is a lot of big brand name companies. You can all agree because many of us are hooked up to them today, pay that bill monthly. But what appears to be their pursuit is that they have tapped into the brain's reward system. Virtual games, social media, all those presentations that come before us works on a variable brain wave that is a reward system. And we can all understand when we feel that high, feels pretty good, and then it comes crashing down. We come sometimes to reality, which happens exactly in how we balance out hope. Hope for our children, hope for their future. So, a young brain cannot isn't fully developed, can regulate those kinds of systems in their brain to make good decisions. So unfortunately, as I understand, from all the wonderful wisdom and knowledge that Dr. Bruce Perry shared this morning, the screen door of your brain, the frontal precortex of the brain, in that developing brain, is like a screen door. We all had screen doors when we were kids, didn't we? Things go out and things go in. Things go out and things go in. But it's about making those connections that make it in the real world. So some of those brain activities that we help our children to grow on, and what I read is the brain is made up of fat, the gray matter of the brain, made up of fat, water, carbohydrates, salts, proteins. That's pretty much my diet. And if you think about that, and no diss to our wonderful casino here that has given us this food, but you think about how much food has healing powers too. The natural foods, the ones that we would have harvested for ourselves and still do. But let's lean in on that experience. We don't have to be in a panic here either that technology and things that's genetically modified in our foods. It's just that we need to be asking ourselves, what is happening to our children as they're staring at phones and taken away from the natural world, from the real world? We want to go forward with our eyes open. How can we enhance the positive and mitigate the negative? Because we know technology isn't going away. It's getting faster. We're up to what? 10, 12? What is the power of our phones anyhow now? But what we need in the lives of our children and what we hope for the lives of our children is nature to be their teacher. It is the center of our existence versus electronics. If we were to investigate, and doing it through science, let's look at the common rock. I went for a walk this afternoon just around the building, the parking lot, and where the stones are, the rock edging around the building, and I look at them. And in our culture, rocks are a living being. Rocks are life. They're animate objects. They are animate. They have life. A sinoe is the word for our rock, which means living. I find that so interesting. So as I'm walking by the rocks, I'm saying greetings, greetings, and keep on walking. So what is a rock made of? When you take the scientific approach of what is a rock made of? Well, it's made of such things as minerals, silicon, silicate, and quartz, many other different kinds of combinations of materials. It also has an abundance of aluminum, iron, magnesium, calcium, sodium, potassium, and that's all kinds of rocks. That's your rocks that form mountains. That's the grains of the sand on the beach. So if rocks are living, that means that mountain, those sands of those beaches are living. I think about the pipestone that we harvest in the state of Minnesota, the beautiful reddish rust-colored rock, the granite that we harvest, the turquoise that is harvested and used for jewelry making. How beautiful that is. Certainly diamonds are a rock. So I just think about all of that. If those things are living in my world, they're living outside in other worlds also. Helping our children to know that, is that important? I think it is. I've been on this journey for a lot of years in how I get my children in tune with nature, because I've seen how fast it was going for all the things that interrupt their young lives with technology. And we know that schools need it. We know our workplaces need technology. But how much time does our kids get outside to know these things, to touch these things, to experience these? So if rocks are made up of those materials, those minerals, what is it in our human body that we are made up of? I just explained to what I've heard in, or read in, what the brain is, the fat of the brain is made. But what about in humans? We're made up of carbon, oxygen, hydrogen, nitrogen, that make up most of the mass of us, that actually helps our brains. But there's also other important elements. And lo and behold, wouldn't you know, they're the same ones as the rocks. So, animate means spirited. It's brought to life. Our ancestors were aware of these very connections, of how closely we are in relation to the earth. And we were taught through them. So let's think about some of these names, these beautiful Lakota, Dakota names. I think about my own homeland names. We even have names of rock, standing rock, sands. We have stones. And the clanship that is there is powerful to even think about. The word Minnewabic, it is a good mineral. But once we disconnect our children from that natural learning, how are they ever going to know these things? How much time do they get to spend outside in that natural environment? Because it all impacts us, but it holds special consequences for our children, particularly in how we as a community of people teach our children about the natural world and the sense of their cultural identity. So connecting children with nature, it helps our children to foster play, it helps them to problem solve, it gives them that natural curiosity, certainly the physical and mental health of them, and also in the healing. Children spending time outdoors with grandparents and elders, what a treat. That's how I grew up. I grew up in a multi-generational home with several uncles, my grandmother, my mother. Sometimes it just blows me away. And now I'm going down a rabbit trail because that's what my mind does sometimes, and that's why I keep my notes in front of me. But I want to realize how fast, and now I'm an elder, well past an elder, but I think about, I started in a home with kerosene lanterns, having to go across the road to pump water, to haul water home. We didn't have electricity in the home, obviously. And when my aunt, who lived next door, had gotten a phone, that was like over the top for my world, thinking, wow, that is so cool. They've got a phone. And I know this is really something maybe some of you don't know. There was phones that had party lines. You didn't have a single line coming into your home for your just direct number. You had to listen to the ring to see that it was for you. Well, my cousin and I used to think that was great to eavesdrop on somebody else's conversations. But I just think about how fast the world has come in my lifetime, and how my children now, and my grandchildren, when I'm struggling with my phone, who do I hand it to? Hand it off to them to fix it for me, because I know they're much more driven in that way of knowing their way around a phone, around electronics, around the internet. But how was that for our ancestors? How is it necessary? Much of the time, our ancestors, it was for survival. They did everything to survive. It was necessary. It was a hunting and the gathering. It was teaching through the environment. It was animal behaviors, seeking routes to explore, to harvest, to seek out. There were seasonal routes that we traveled to keep our families fed. But it was taught not only to look around, but to look up, to stop and pause, use our natural instincts. Our natural instincts, which are our 5 instincts. What are they? Hearing, sight, taste, smell, vision. Did I get them all? What is it, your earliest memory of interacting with nature? Or what is your favorite memory? Just give you a couple minutes to think on that. So, in our community of people, we have young mothers that are getting back to some of those very early beginnings of how we help our children in those paths. So I think about the young mother as she's being counseled by the grandmothers, the aunties, the wisdom carriers. Messages was to the children, messages were from the children that are coming from the spirit world, and celebrating those ceremonial ways of honoring and teaching. So I think this is many things that I'm just so thankful for, is seeing our young mothers getting back to and getting these times with their elders to be counseled for their children's lives ahead of them. And the use of cradle boards and of swings and of baby carriers. And many tribes, many nations use those things for teaching the very skills that are needed for life. The children's name, a lot of times, came from the prayers of our ancestors or from our elders and our honored leaders and wisdom carriers, our spiritual elders. There are several names we carry, but if you look at some of the very beaded cradle boards, Dickenoggin in our language, or Nickenoggin in our language, is beautiful patterns of woodlands. A lot of times you will see Pacific ones with strawberries or a turned brown leaf or a climbing vine or the blueberries. This a lot of times signified the time the child was born or on the journey to being what they will grow to be for their tribe. I want to just take this little time here for you on your tables to discuss. It doesn't need to be a traditional name, but a name that you know that you gave to your child or your name yourself. How did you receive that? How did you know? How was that known, the story behind it? Was it a name of someone significant? Was it something you were to carry on, to be honored, to honor that member of your family? Because we know there's plenty of juniors and seniors in the name system. But what was your name or your name of your child that you gave that held significance? Just talk at your tables for a minute. Do you know how your name was? I had some interesting ones. But go ahead and speak amongst yourself. There is a lady here too, honey. I bet she's by herself. Do you want to join her? I am seeing and hearing a lot of wonderful conversations at your tables. I see a lot of smiles and laughter. That is great. I hope you all had some time to share how you got your name, whether it be your honored spirit name or your, like I call the birth certificate name. Does anybody care to share how they received their name? What you know the story behind how you received your name? I'll tell you one interesting one that a lady told me, because my mom loved Dallas. I don't know if you ever knew that movie or show. It was a series show. And one of the characters on there, and her mom loved her. I hope it was a good character, but she said that's where her name came from. Does anybody care to just tell a little bit how they got their name?
Okay, this is real traditional. Sorry, So my mom comes from a large family, and she had two sisters called Juanita and Rachel. And they like to hang out. We call them the Snoop sisters, and they like to have fun. And so when I was born, I became Juanita Ray after my 2 months.
Oh.
My name is Jessica, and I am 25% Japanese. My grandmother's name is Misako, and my older sister's name is Jessica. And so that's how I got my name, is Misaka, part of Misako.
Ah, interesting.
I'm going to keep mine short and simple. So those of you that don't know me, besides being an SW member, I am a triplet. And when we were little toddlers running around, and the parents noticed something different about me, and like the nickname Goofy. I was just Goofy around.
Anyone else care to share? I think what I wanted to bring more attention to was how significant our names are in the roles that we will carry throughout our lives. We may have cutesy names, but we also had other names that were very powerful, that we were to carry on traditions by those names, from aunties, from uncles, from spiritual elders, and how important that is for our children to learn that they know that they came from love and guidance through their names. And I carry more than one name. And so I always like to share that I am my grandmother's granddaughter, my great-grandmother's, and all those that came before me. In traditional times, more in traditional times, and some of it is still practiced today, is that when we introduce ourselves, we don't just introduce our name, we introduce our grandmothers, our great-grandmothers, our grandfathers, our great-grandfathers. We go back. So for me to meet you in my journey, wherever we are, it's important that you know who I come from. That's important for our children to know who they come from. I think about, again, Dr. Bruce Perry talking about those networks in the brain. the more experience, the more that they are used, the better they are able to recall in needed times. So I think about how important this was for our ancestors to repeat these names so they weren't lost. And that's one of my biggest challenges doing my genealogy, because I can't get back beyond my great-grandparents. A lot of those names were lost, but I hold those dearly to me now because they are my identity. They are important to me in what I carry forth. And the beauty of it is, both of my grandmothers had names that related to birds. And then my mother, Nishikwe, she was also named for overseeing her community, which was meant a bird, an eagle that watched over her community. And I think how beautiful that is. Beneshi, bird, one that watches over, sees. So much of this was intentional for our young people to grow, to carry out those things that they will need to do for the future of their tribes, for their people. So when these names are given, we are very thankful for them, and that if a child is given a name, that there's a ceremony, a celebration in it. And that's so, so important to them carrying on for their people. So when I ponder these things, knowledge and love are the guardianship of my ancestry. They're my purpose, they're your purpose. We acknowledge when there is love, the knowledge will follow. A child's knowledge and responsibility is developed with a loving relationship with Mother Earth. And when they're able to freely play, and their choice is to run to the nearest tree and climb it, or the rock to climb over it, or the mud hole to play in, that is their place of joy, of learning. I think about how we can even take those places and turn them into learning environments, because we are here as early childhood people. And I remember at one of my child cares, in my work life, I'm a licenser. Don't boo me. But I went to one of my child cares, and it had just rained, and she needed to get the kids outside, and so they came outside, and of course the little mud holes in the driveway, and it was interesting, because the first thing they did was find things to float in the water, right, to slap the water. That's all science. I'm telling the provider, it's okay, it's cool. They're learning science here. What floats, what doesn't float. What splashes, yeah, getting them a little bit muddy, but they're enjoying it. Then we took our sticks and started carving their names in the muddy sand next to the little pothole of water. That's literacy. That's teaching skills that they will need. We didn't need pencils and paper. Learning and teaching can happen in any kind of a natural environment if we purposely make it a learning opportunity. So, kids always love the outdoors, right? How much time do they get to spend in it, though? That's the problem. Did you have a special place to play when you were a child? Does that place still exist today? I know mine was running the trails. We had those little beaten paths in the woods that went between Auntie's house, Grandma's house, to the store, to the post office. They were all these little beaten paths of those little bare feet that ran through the woods on off to wherever we were going. And sometimes along the way, there'd be some berries, some hazelnuts. We'd stop and pick them. My cousin even had an initiation into her fort. If you could eat a green acorn, you could be in her club. But when we engage in those kinds of activities that are outdoor, they help the child's creativity. They're left in their right brain. The left and the right brain, they speak to each other. We have the brain that's analytical, but we also have the brain that's intuitive, creative. They speak to each other. And we know the right-hand side of the body operates the left side of the brain, and the left-hand side of your body operates the right. When we're outside, or well, in any environment, I guess, but when we're outside, children are using both sides of their body for play, right? For creativity. So, I know you love to hear about children that grow up being inquisitive, using natural things to create from. But you know what kids love to hear? Hear from us. What it was like for us to grow up. What we did as a kid. What did we enjoy outdoors? Did you ever have a child ask you, what did you do when you were a kid, Grandma? And then when I tell them, they go, you really didn't have, this or that? No. We had, a friend of mine made fun of my story. He goes, so you only had sticks and rocks to play with? Pretty much. That was res life. But you think about that. Kids have that curiosity. They want to know. How about you sharing with your children what it was like for you as growing up in nature? What did you do in nature to connect to nature? I remember having all of these little places in the woods. We used to do a lot of fort building when we were a kid. We were close to nature. I remember gathering up pine cones, and we'd make pine cones and pine needle soup. We would take all of our little sticks that we'd find and be building little fence lines on our make-believe horses that we had. But how many hours do our kids get to spend in nature in a week? Let's say a day. How much time do they get to spend outdoors in a day? And we know it's a little harder in our country, or part of the country, that we have winter 9 months of the year. But we have these opportunities for children to take part in some of those very cultural activities that are teaching. In our community, we are doing ricing right now. Ricing is a very honored tradition of our people. We have a story that ricing was a gift from the Creator. And I think how much learning happens within the rice camps. The kids should be a part of that. Learning, because just a couple years ago, our tribe decided no more of this. We had fewer and fewer people taking part in ricing and learning the traditions of ricing, how to gather, how to put out your tobacco on the water, to thank the water for giving us life through its food. I appreciate that because our young people now are getting back out, and we have many more ricers that are out there gathering the rice. But it also took time because a lot of our elders had passed away and took some of that knowledge with them. But we have ricing beds that are now used for teaching on, so we help the young people learn how to go out in the waters and to do it safely. Use the knockers and the poles to carve those out even, to learn how to carve their rice knockers. Think about the berry camps, teaching the children about when it is time to harvest, when to look to nature when it's ready. Are we watching the blackbirds when they are gathering together? Are we watching what animals are coming to feed? I think about all these things. My son just texted me yesterday. He's on his way home. He said, "Mom, I counted 11 bears in just a short while." And I'm like, wow, it's the year of the bear. What should we be learning from this? I know we've had struggles with a little bit of a overpopulation of bears at one of my child cares because they keep tipping over the dumpster. But I'll always ask myself, what is it that I should be learning here? What should I be also sharing with my children, teaching my children? My children now are adults. I'm a grandma, a great-grandma also. But I want to make sure that I'm sharing with them. And I do this through outdoor times. I need to be outdoors. It's great for our mental well-being to be exposed to sunlight, right? Fresh air, yeah. The beauties, the sounds, even the tastes. So if you're fortunate enough to be out ricing or gardening or getting up firewood, hunting season is coming upon us, fishing, storing up food, all those things that are important for our teacher, or our students, our kids to learn how to do and the significance behind it. Because we learned that about 8 in 10 adults are on their phones more than 80% of the day. That's scary. That's young adults from about the ages of 18 to 29. That significantly goes down, though, the older you get. But what about our younger children? Younger than 12. Our babies, I see them in the grocery store. They're in the cart. Parenting is a tough job. Take a child with you trying to shop for groceries or whatever. It makes it twice as hard. But did you see that baby? Baby, I'm talking baby, that now can swipe the phone. So if we are using the outdoors as a teacher, there's great advancement in their education. There's more attention to the outdoor space now in schools. They are recognizing that in schools, that we should have outdoor learning spaces. You know, we know, some of us know our ACE scores. We really should know our green scores. How much time do we spend outside? How much time do we come in contact with Mother Earth? Just a few years ago, children were surrounded by fields and large woods, farms, wilds of nature. by the late 20th century. Many of those things have gone away. They became urbanized. We have playgrounds now that are steel and plastic, rubberized surfaces. All of this comes out of necessity of safety, right? Keep our kids safe. But when do they come in contact with the real world, the real Mother Earth? So safety was a lot of the key words that took it to the extent of what we see our outdoors in our play yards today, being controlled and mitigated. We now have turned to putting in garden beds, fruit trees, natural grass, things that we know that are important for the child to learn from. We've created playgrounds outside of our playgrounds, because we know kids love those climbings and those slides and all those things that are in playgrounds, but now we have created trails for them to just hike on. They take the teacher, we put bird feeders out now in areas so that we can see gathering of birds. We've planted strawberries, we've planted rhubarb, we've planted a fruit tree. I think it was an apple. It's so tiny now, I don't know if it's going to survive. The kids are more curious about it, and so they seem to think it's for climbing and not for fruit producing. So, well, it will hopefully it'll stay. But that's the things that I think about, how our children have less and less time to be in places that are not, they shouldn't be restricted from. We know that there's wonderful parks out there, there's refuges, we know that there's all these great places to take our kids, but the majority of our time, where are they spending? Either they're, yes, maybe sometimes with their grandmothers, grandfathers, aunties, uncles, but if they're in a child care, what does their child care look like for allowing them to have that freedom of outdoor time? I think about that, and that's why it's been this many years that I pushed for having more natural outside of that playground. That's beautiful, but we need our kids to connect with nature. We know that the physical and mental well-being of children is very important. There's an English word, eudaimonic. It just means feels good. It goes along with having a meaningful purpose, and the focus is on virtues, good life, fulfillment. Those all come, though, from exposure to green space and linked to, obviously, better sleep, because we're tired. It lowers our blood pressure, reduces the risk of diseases. The more time that children and ourselves spend in green spaces gives us more exercise time too. Children engaging with nature experiences a myriad of physical benefits. So what are some of those physical benefits children are going to receive from outdoor time? Just shout them out. Coordination. Imagination. Well-being. Fresh air. Definitely. Excuse me? Physical activity, yes. Sensory. Sunshine. Sunshine has a big part in the role of our health, of our mental health. The skin, being the largest organ on our body, needs sunshine. Vitamin D is captured in the sunshine in your skin. Very important. Anything else? Communication? Yes, definitely communication. Observation, yes. Again, using our 5 senses, teaching through them. Our children are learning so much that we can't discount nature as not being a teaching tool, a teaching blessing to our children. So we're providing them sensory-rich experiences. We're stimulating their senses. We're contributing to their cognitive development. We're in tune to the cultural needs of our people. We are from the earth. We are people that were created to be in this world to make a connection to Mother Earth, Father Sky. The earth has a heartbeat. We hear it in our drums, the songs that are sung. Water has a heartbeat. Thank our Creator for those water protectors. Water is life. I think you would all agree that, as I know that I need it. So all of that helps our children when they connect to nature, that they are able to self-regulate. It reduces their stress. It reduces anxiety. Even attention deficit, they said children will do better after exposed to outdoor time. How many of you said in this early childhood world, use your outdoor voice when we get outside? And children squeal. I love it to see children, how excited they are when they go, okay, everybody line up. Now this is my preschool classrooms. Line up, we're ready to go outside. Everybody got their shoes on, everybody's ready, and they're squealing and they just can hardly hold still because that body wants to do what? It wants to move, it wants to create, it wants to enjoy, it wants to play, use that creative imagination. So nature is a natural and calming reprieve from all the demands and the pressures of modern life. And children have stress too. So taking more time to enjoy and learn from nature as our teacher, but as our medicine. Natural environments have that positive effect on our well-being, on our psychological, our cognitive. It also helps us with our wellness, our physical ailments. It gives us speedier recovery from illnesses. When children play in those natural environments, their play is more diverse, imaginative, creative. It fosters language and a collaboration of skills. What do I mean by that? Social play. There is less squabbles, should we just call them squabbles, amongst kids when they're outdoor play than they are in a more confined environment. Now we have nature coming indoors. We have sand and water tables. Well, maybe not sand so much in the classrooms, but we have, what is it called? Silica? Silica sand. Is that right? It's the sand that is very fine. Kids love it. Makes a mess sometimes, but they love it. But we need more profound benefits from the naturalness of the outdoors. because we know, again, the children are needing that developing brain, which we see in the slide, with the development that happens at those age times. So, Susan mentioned about grounding. I've been purposeful about doing my grounding. I've gone outside to my gardens barefoot, walked the earth. I've laid down fully flat to the ground to feel its energy. In older people as myself, grounding also helps me with my balance. Important when you get this age. So we're focusing on sensory. I'm focusing on sensory and grounding myself with Mother Earth. The benefits that I feel that are the greatest is I'm regaining my sense of balance, my connectedness, and the Mother Earth gives off an electric charge. That charge is then radiated up through our body, aligning our systems. Even our brain appreciates that. We're able better to concentrate. So children that like to run around barefoot, let them have it. Let them be outside. Of course, I picked up a few thistles in my time, but I try to keep those out of my lawn, at least for now. So grounding really involves that connecting our body to the natural electrical charges of Mother Earth. So this is where I say, rock your mocks. Did our elders think of that? I think they did. We didn't have hard-soled shoes. We had soft moccasins, leather moccasins that the earth could breathe through, teach through. So I always say, get your kids some moccasins or put on their socks then if you're trying to keep their little feety warm, if it's a little cool out, or if they need to just be wriggled free of all of the confinements of hard plastic. Let them run outside. What's the big deal? It's a pair of socks. It's washing their little feet if they need to be wiped down after running outside. But let them have that opportunity to make contact with the earth. More play in diverse natural environments reduces and eliminates that antisocial behavior, such as violence and bullying, a respect for nature and all that it has to give. And we know wonder is a motivator. Curiosity is what teaches when we are able to ask questions. For us as teachers to be available for those questions, to help them see their connectedness to their culture, to their people, to Mother Earth. Children will have more positive feelings about themselves and others. I think more on what I get on almost a daily basis is we're struggling with this child over here because they're not listening, they're hitting the other kids. They take the toys away. Is that anything that happens in your classrooms? In your child cares? Then get outside more. That's what I tell them. Get outside more. Take your meals outside. Take your snacks outside. Be outside in those elements. Is it more work? Sometimes. But I try to remind them, but look, you don't have to clean up the floor after they're done having their snack or their meal outside. You can either just hose it away or the birds will come and pick it up later. So we understand, though, a decrease in child's time spent outdoors will also contribute to a child's myopia, which is their nearsightedness. Our phones are usually 6 to 8 inches away from our face. That creates an eye problem. So the more they have interaction to look beyond, to see what is out there. Now we all know well-being, health checkup for the children's eyes and hearing and all that is very important. But if we aren't exercising also their vision, because that's part of it too, that we need to be aware and being able to get our children outside more to see that they are using their long-distance vision. A loss of contact with nature is nature's loss also. It has a negative impact on the growth and development of a child, but also the acquisition of their knowledge. It sets stage for continuing loss of natural environments if they aren't knowing what respect and teachings are that our earth has, our Mother Earth has for us. And we teach through the lessons of 4 seasons, 4 directions, 4 hills of life, the 7 fires. Mother Earth operates on a seasonal timeline. There's so many opportunities within just those seasons to teach our children. We brought snow in on a really cold, windy day here a couple years ago into the classroom with just the big plastic totes. Teachers right away, oh, this is going to be fun until I have to clean up the mess. Oh, it's not a mess. It's learning. It's called learning, teaching. What am I going to be teaching with a tub full of snow? Hey, let's take out a few things. Let's take out our magnifying glasses. Let's look at these beautiful snowflakes. Let's talk about what snowflakes are made of. That each snowflake is individual, just like that child. Let's put some language in there. Zugipun, snow. Let's ask the children, what is it happens when we put that snow in our hands? Which we did put some socks on their hands so they could play in the snow more. But ask them, what about snow? What do you see in it? It was clean snow. I made sure it was taken off the clean part of the yard, scooped it up. Kids were able to taste it. I didn't have to encourage that. They did that on their own. But it was teaching through experiences that are natural to our areas. So many of you are familiar with STEAM and STEM. But how can we take STEAM and STEM to that level that is a connection to our cultural identity? Both of these things are wonderful because I think since they put in art in STEAM, because we have very creative young minds, very talented artists, singers, drummers, regalia makers, poets. There's so many things that our children are untapped gifts from nature, from our Creator, for our children. I look forward to seeing what my students, my kiddos, will become because they were exposed to nature, to powwows, to ricing camps, to berry camps, to language camps, to their elders, teaching them about what Mother Earth gives, how much Mother Earth gives us as a Native people. The beauty of nature inspires me. I know it inspires you too. The awe and the wonder of children. We want our children to find peace and healing in nature. Connecting with nature instills values beyond our personal well-being. Children develop a sense of empathy as they witness the interconnectedness of their cultural identity to the understanding of the sacredness of what nature has to offer, and encourages the compassion towards each other, to the land, to the animals, the environment as a whole. What are some of those things we help immerse our children into that helps them with their cultural identity? What is some of those things? Don't leave me standing here. You know these things. Excuse me? Be a father. Thank you. Miigwech. Yes. Being a strong presence in our children's lives. Anything else? That's fine too. But it's our responsibility to make those opportunities happen for our children. Because we know the numbers for outdoor time is less and less. Because the competition with today's world is faster and faster. So we understand the experience of nature and its power. And the greatest teacher is nature, our elders, our identity. The land is our living spirit, and it has great power. And we were to operate on the balance of harmony and peace. Nature doesn't fight itself. We shouldn't fight against it. We should more introduce it to our children. It will give us back balance in our life. It will define direction for us. It gives us instructions. Natural laws of the earth and the spirits are for us as a people of the earth. Our identity is reflected in our spirituality. It is a gift to our children to be able to connect to nature by being nurtured. Miigwech. Ahau. I'm all done. Yeah, don't need to clap.
Thank you for those beautiful reminders about taking our children out for play. We have few more before we end our day. Before we break for the evening, I just want to take a pause to thank all of you as we close out this day. Take what inspired you and let it ripple into your work and to your community. We want to acknowledge some of those ones that spoke out again. Nita Ray, thank you. You can go up and get another book if you want to pick one out. Jessica, please go out if you're still here. Go pick a book. And Missika, you could pick another book. Missika. Our door prize winners are Shannon LaCroix, Angel Roulard, Lauren Wigner, Jen Shepard, and Delana B.F. You all won a door prize. So I want to remind you that tomorrow is Friday, and we know it's the parade for Tiosh Bazina, so some of you might not be coming back tomorrow, but if you don't, if you look in your packet, there's a QR code in your registration packet. If you can all put your phones to that QR code, show the picture, and then fill out that survey that will pop up. So the ECIP program can really use those survey results. They also have, if you want a paper copy of a survey, we can raise your hand and they'll get you a paper copy survey. Tomorrow is Friday. We are going to be going till a little bit past lunchtime, but we want to remind you that if you have small children or if you know any relatives at home who would like to attend tomorrow, but they don't have money for a babysitter or gas, that tomorrow they can get $100 cash for babysitting. They'll pick it up. If they have to get a babysitter, they can get $100 cash tomorrow. I believe we have enough for 60 or 70 people that can get $100. So tell your relatives, if you yourself have come today and you got a babysitter, you come back tomorrow, then you'll get that incentive. We just want the young people. We want, a lot of the moms to come and be a part of this learning and talking about raising our kids in this good way. So I think with that, Charnel, do you have anything else? It's been a long, long day. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for everything. Thank you for our